It's official. President Trump has sent his nomination to the Senate. Amy Coney Barrett meeting with Mitch McConnell and other senators as she prepares to be voted on for the former seat of Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. The main event, Trump-Biden, the debate that's been years in the making. The president and former vice president not giving any opening statements, just getting right into it tonight. The audience is small, but the stakes are high. Will the debate move the needle for either candidate? Or have voters already made up their minds? And we'll also take a trip down memory lane for some historical perspective, how tonight might stack up against the biggest moments of debates past. The face-off happening as the New York Times unloads a new round of reporting on the president's finances, saying that the reality show The Apprentice saved him from financial ruin. The Times reports that he lost almost $90 million when the show debuted. With Biden potentially looking to pounce, how might the president respond tonight? Wildfires turning deadly in Northern California. At least 3 people killed in the fast-moving Zog fire. The explosive glass fire forcing an entire town to evacuate in the middle of the night. Iconic wineries incinerated. The alarming new report about the coronavirus in children, claiming top officials at the White House pressured the CDC to downplay the risk of sending children back to school. This is the American Academy of Pediatrics finds the percent of children who make up U.S. cases is on the rise. The Breonna Taylor case called into question after a grand jury member accuses the Kentucky Attorney General of being misleading, what a judge is now ordering to try to clear things up. And restaurants struggling to stay afloat have a bit of an issue with the weather change. But are so-called dinner pods really the answer? Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Well, folks, the stage is set. President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden are getting ready to face off tonight. It's all going down in this hall, the first debate of the presidential race, the first time that the two will share the same stage in 2020. Here's a look at the podiums where the candidates will square off in just 2 hours on the campus of Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. The candidates and their campaigns have been trading jabs for days, trying to set expectations for tonight's showdown, all amid the backdrop of the ongoing flood of headlines related to the pandemic, racial justice, the Supreme Court, and that stunning report about the president's tax returns. The stakes are high, but with so many Americans already decided on who they're going to vote for, will tonight make a difference? Our Mary Bruce leads us off from Ohio.
Tonight, with the high-stakes debate just hours away, President Trump and Joe Biden touching down in Cleveland. The first question will go to the president, and his team expects it to be on his taxes. Biden today already trying to seize the upper hand on the issue, releasing his latest tax returns, revealing he paid nearly $300,000 in federal taxes in 2019. We still don't know how much the president paid.
It's under audit. They've been under audit for a long time. The IRS does not treat me well.
But we do know what President Trump paid in 2016, the year he won the White House, just $750, according to the New York Times. That same year, Biden paid more than 121 times that, $91,000. In debates 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton, she warned Trump pays $0 in federal taxes.
If he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools.
But tonight, Biden walks out onto that debate stage armed with what the president did pay, $750. And in 11 out of 18 years, he paid nothing, according to the Times. The president has long cast himself as a wildly successful businessman. But in a new report, the Times says, quote, it was all a hoax. Reporting when the show The Apprentice debuted in 2004, he had almost $90 million in losses from his core businesses. And the Times reports he owes debts of more than $421 million that could come due during a second Trump term in the White House. Now the question, who does he owe that money to?
Do you owe anybody money who is impacted by any decision you make as president of the United States? We need to know that.
Today, the Biden campaign with this blunt statement to Trump. Mr. President, release your tax returns or shut up. The candidates are already taking shots.
A dumb guy, a dumb guy. Always known as a dumb guy.
He doesn't know how to debate the facts because he's not that smart.
Biden is bracing for Trump to go personal, telling supporters he won't take the bait. Biden telling David in that exclusive joint interview that he's ready for the president's attacks.
I want to turn to the blistering attacks we've seen from President Trump just this week alone on your mental fitness, whether you're up for the job. His campaign has called you diminished. And I'm curious how you would respond to that.
Watch me. Mr. President, watch me.
This will be Biden's 27th debate for the White House.
He's been doing it for 47 years, and I've just started doing this stuff.
The president takes the stage down in the polls, but is hoping his new pick for the Supreme Court will energize his base. Judge Amy Coney Barrett today making her first visit to Capitol Hill. Trump is eager to get her confirmed by Election Day. She could be a deciding voice if the election results are contested. Biden is expected to hit on what's at stake with this Supreme Court pick, especially health care, with the court set to take up a case that could invalidate Obamacare the week after the election. Protections for pre-existing conditions for millions of Americans on the line.
This is about people's health care in the middle of a pandemic.
And there's the virus. More than 200,000 Americans have died in this pandemic. For months, the president has been promising his own health care plan to replace Obamacare is coming. In the ABC News town hall, he was pressed. Where is it?
I have it already, and it's a much better plan for you.
It still hasn't come. And for his part, Biden says there's only one thing he can do to counter the president tonight.
What do you have to do to win the debate?
Just tell the truth.
Honesty is always the best policy. Mary Bruce joins us now. And we did hear the vice president this week directly call the president a liar. So how is Biden planning on handling whether or not to try to fact check the president in real time on that debate stage?
Yeah, well, it's clear the gloves here are already off, but Joe Biden's team today made it very clear. They said it is not the former vice president's job on the debate stage here tonight to fact check the president. I think that's because they think it would derail him as he tries to focus on the substance here. So instead, we are assured that the vice president, instead of constantly trying to fact check the president, is instead going to be focused on his message to the American people, trying to hammer home on the issues that he thinks matter most to voters.
And Mary, the campaigns have been engaging back and forth all week on setting expectations for tonight. So what's the latest from the Biden campaign on how he's preparing for tonight's face-off and what he'll focus on most?
Well, we just heard from the campaign. They say he is ready to go and ready for anything. He does want to focus most on the issues, despite the fact that they know that the president is going to try and make this personal. They expect the president to try and drag Joe Biden down into the mud a little bit. The challenge for Joe Biden is going to be to try and rise above that. Instead, he wants to focus on health care. Of course, he wants to talk about the president's taxes, which is expected to be the first question to the president. And, of course, the pandemic. He wants to talk about in the context of his health care plan. Joe Biden has been intensely preparing for this, unlike the president, who has been out campaigning furiously. Biden, though, apparently ready to go. Now just a couple hours away, Lindsay.
Being studious there. Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks so much. And let's turn now to ABC News Chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl, also in Cleveland ahead of tonight's debate. John, the president's campaign has had some mixed messaging on what to expect from Joe Biden tonight. Any concern in the White House at all that they've lowered expectations for Biden by attacking his age and mental fitness for months?
There's certainly a lot of consternation among Republicans beyond the White House. I wonder why they've been doing this. I mean, you know, you and I have been through a lot of debates. The thing that usually happens is you try to talk about how tremendous a debater your opponent is so that you can go in there and say that you've exceeded expectations. And for months, Donald Trump has done exactly the opposite, making it sound like, you know, Joe Biden is somebody who can barely string together a couple of sentences. So they've set the expectations very low, and I think there's some realization that is not necessarily a good thing. So now you start hearing from the Trump campaign and even a little bit from Donald Trump himself about how many debates Joe Biden has done over the years, about how experienced he is, how much more experienced he is at this than Donald Trump. So they're trying to reset the expectations a little bit, but it's hard when for months and months and months you've been portraying Joe Biden as somebody who's simply out of it.
And the president said this week that he's done some preparation for the debates, but that he's busy running the country otherwise. What do we know about just how prepared he is for tonight and how much he plans to go on the attack?
Well, you know, he didn't do a lot of preparation 4 years ago. He's probably done even a little bit less this time in terms of formal debate preparations. He has brought in people like Chris Christie and Rudy Giuliani to help him out. He's got his campaign folks. They do these sessions. They did one as recently. They did one Sunday right in the Oval Office. But then he went out and did what he considers his real debate preparation, and that is the press conferences that he has in the briefing room. So one top Trump advisor advisor said to me, he does debate prep every time he walks into that briefing room and faces you people. That's debate prep. But of course, debate is very different than a press conference. We'll see how that plays out. But, you know, Trump is somebody who it goes by gut instinct. He is an instinctual fighter. He has a phrase that he used to use a long time ago about the best prize fighters, don't go in there with a plan. You got to roll with the punches. You got to go with the punches. So I suspect that ultimately he'll be going with the punches and he'll be throwing most of them. I think he will be aggressively and relentlessly negative tonight, going after Joe Biden in very personal ways.
Lots of people anticipating the action there tonight right behind you. Jonathan Karl, thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
And for more on tonight's debate, let's bring in ABC News political analyst Matthew Dowd. Matt, certainly a big night tonight, so let's break this down on both sides. What do you see as the most important thing that Joe Biden needs to accomplish tonight, and what does President Trump need to do to have a strong showing?
Well, Lindsay, it is a big night, probably going to be the most watched event of this whole cycle, upwards of 70 or 80 million or more in this. I think Joe Biden has to come across as calm, cool, collected, and thoughtful, present his case about why he wants to be president of the United States, prosecute the case against President Trump about what he's done over the last 4 years and why he thinks it's been not good for the American public. So I think he's better to be clear, concise, and there may be a moment that he has to come back and push back strong against an attack from Donald Trump, but he should do that limited. Donald Trump, on the other hand, I think should stay away from a constant attack on Joe Biden. He probably won't help. He can't help himself. He probably will. But the best thing for Donald Trump is to present the reason why his presidency has been good for the American public. Present it in a way that rehabilitates his image, because that's the biggest thing that's holding him back right now. It's not the perception of Joe Biden. It's the perception of Donald Trump.
About 14% of Americans still identify themselves as undecided voters, but so many voters have already made up their minds about these candidates. So who's the real target audience tonight, and can this debate really change much?
So to me, when I look at this debate, there's a small segment of the country that's undecided. It's really tiny, true undecided voters. There's a lot that lean. And then there is the voters that are with Joe Biden that Donald Trump has to move to him, because right now Donald Trump comes into this, by all accounts, 7 or 8 points behind nationally, behind in every key target state in the Electoral College. So Donald Trump has to move those voters. Joe Biden has to reassure his voters that are with him already and try to speak to some of those small segment of undecided voters. I think debates are the last thing that can really move in this race, this debate and the ones that follow. They moved the race in 2016. Hillary Clinton came into that first debate 2 points up. She left that first debate 5 points up. The race ended up to be a 2-point race. So that's the group of voters, and both should be targeting the same group of voters, undecideds and soft Biden voters, because Donald Trump has to move voters away from Joe Biden in order to win.
Really kind of want to piggyback off that point that you just made, because, as you said, and most analysts thought that Hillary Clinton won the debates in 2016. She still ended up losing the race. So is there a difference this year compared to 2016 as far as the potential impact that this debate could have?
There's a huge difference. There's a big difference between a race that is an open race that becomes a choice election, and that's what 2016 was an open race that you had to decide between the two of them. This race is more a referendum election. It's more a referendum on the president. The other big difference is that there is really no significant third-party players in this race, as there was last time. 5 or 6% of the vote on Election Day went to somebody else other than Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. And so that's a huge difference in this race. I think the debate really matters in that context, because it becomes a referendum on Donald Trump in that, and voters want to decide, okay, we've decided that the country's not headed in the right direction. Do we want to replace Donald Trump with Joe Biden? And that's a big difference from 2016, a major difference in a referendum election and a choice election, which is what this year is. This year is a referendum on the last 4 years.
Matt Dowd, thanks so much. We'll be talking to you later on tonight.
Sounds great, Lindsay. Thank you.
Again, that crucial first debate just ahead. Stay tuned right here on ABC News Live for a special edition of 2020 starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, followed by the debate at 9 p.m. And now to those wildfires raging out of control in California. At least 3 dead as 27 major wildfires burned tonight. More than 70,000 people forced from their homes. Hundreds of structures have already been lost. And the Glass Fire is devastating wine country, destroying one of Napa Valley's storied restaurants. Arcana Whitworth reports.
Tonight, new video showing the explosive conditions on the front lines of the Glass Fire. A sheriff's lieutenant using a garden hose to stop this home from catching fire. Flames now racing through areas that haven't burned in more than a century.
This is the kind of terrain they're dealing with, and what they're doing right now is they're saying they're blackening the line. They're creating a defensive space between the fire and a home that's just about 25 yards this way.
The fire forcing the entire town of Calistoga to evacuate overnight.
We moved up here about 4 years ago, and since 17, every year, horrible fires.
At least 80 homes destroyed in Napa and Sonoma counties. Iconic wine country destinations not spared either. Multiple wineries damaged or destroyed. North of here, in Shasta County, the Zog Fire chewing through more than 60 square miles, claiming at least 3 lives.
Lindsay, you can see behind me, there's a helicopter here with hundreds of gallons of water getting ready to drop, and these are dozers that are coming up to help protect this vineyard. This is all to help these firefighters who have been on the front lines for months. This is the worst fire season we've seen in a century, and in Southern California, we haven't even seen the worst fire weather yet. Lindsay?
Kana, all right, stay safe once again. And next to the pandemic, more than 1 million lives lost worldwide, 1/5 of them right here in the U.S. To put into perspective the extraordinary time that we are living in, take a look at this graph of other recent viral pandemics or outbreaks and the deaths that they caused, from swine flu to MERS to Ebola, all pale in comparison to COVID-19. And the cases, unfortunately, continue to rise, as do the concerns about the impact and the threat facing children in schools. Eva Pilgrim has more.
Just as New York City elementary students went back to the classroom, schools already at risk of closing. The city reporting its COVID positivity rate ticking up above 3% for the first time since June. New clusters traced to 9 zip codes.
If the schools are not safe, I'm not going to allow them to operate. Period.
The city ready to close schools as early as next week if that number stays above 3%. The potential setback coming as COVID cases in children have risen from 2% to 10% nationwide over the last 5 months. One of those cases, 12-year-old Elizabeth McNew from Atlantic Beach, Florida, who passed away after a 10-day battle with the virus.
Elizabeth came to me and said, "I'm not breathing right, Mommy."
Tonight, a new report from the New York Times says over the summer, White House officials tried to pressure the CDC to play down the risks of sending children back to school. Olivia Troy, a former aide to the vice president, sat in on task force meetings.
It was people within the White House specifically tasking more junior level staff to try to find alternate data that fit the narrative that they wanted, which was it only affects, people above the age of 75, and it doesn't affect younger school children. It was all part of the narrative of we need to open up these schools.
And for more now, let's bring in Eva Pilgrim. Eva, has the White House responded to the allegations that their officials pressured the CDC to play down COVID risks for school children?
Yes, Lindsay, the White House is pushing back on that New York Times reporting, saying that the task force brings together experts with different expertise and views. And they went on to tell us further that the president takes in all of those opinions before they make a decision and before they make policy decisions specifically, Lindsay.
And Eva, we also learned today that Oxford University, they're not planning on recruiting children for their vaccine trial, at least at this time.
At this time, Lindsay, they're focusing on adults, and that is because of how this virus affects both children and adults. Children are less likely to have severe symptoms from the virus, so they are focusing this vaccine on adults and how adults react to the vaccine, Lindsay.
Eva Pilgrim, thanks so much. After 6 relenting months on the front lines, as you can imagine, many essential workers are simply facing burnout every day, month after month. So many showing up for work, and sadly, many of them still without the protection that they need to keep them safe, and many disproportionately people of color. Adrienne Bankert has more.
Tonight, despite 32 states reporting an increase in coronavirus cases, America's essential workers haven't stopped working around the clock.
This is my daily normal.
Hoping they don't get sick. From grocery store workers like Jeffrey Reed in Maryland.
The hazard is still here. It's still out there. Every day you see that, people are dying.
To frontline healthcare worker Paolo Hudson Solorzano in Tennessee.
It's a scary thing to know. Is today going to be the day that I get COVID?
And California farmer Cleo Tilde. In April, she and her crew felt fearful every day. Today, nearly 6 months later, she told us they've just grown accustomed to the anxiety and are working harder than ever. In a recent survey, 58% of U.S. workers feel burnout from work. More than 1 in 3 of those workers point to circumstances tied to COVID-19 as the reason behind their stress and exhaustion.
The 3 biggest drivers were workload, work-life balance, and lack of communication and support. The level of burnout is highly problematic.
For the essential workforce, where people of color made up 43% of employees at the start of the pandemic, they also may have faced and still may face increased exposure to COVID-19 without adequate PPE, working without hazard pay, or being underpaid.
People of color have really played a crucial role in keeping the economy going.
Experts say that as economic recovery has begun, some communities have been left behind.
This restaurant's closed. That restaurant's closed.
When New York City shut down, Jefferson Lee's family's butcher shop in Chinatown closed for months in a neighborhood already on edge due to the stigma of the pandemic. Lee used social media to attract new customers who lived elsewhere, advertising their low prices. But he says for every business, it's a fight for survival.
Each one of these is just kind of like, someone's American dream, someone's struggle, someone's future falling through the cracks.
And we've learned that talks resumed today between Democrats and the White House on a workforce stimulus package that would, of course, include essential workers. However, they're far from a deal. Lindsay.
Adrienne Bankert, thanks so much. When we come back, the dramatic surveillance video showing the brutal attack of an LAPD officer inside a police station, how the situation was ultimately brought under control. Our trip to Minnesota, how suburban women in this battleground state could be the key to victory for both Trump and Biden. What's on their minds? But first, if you live in a cold weather area, you've likely wondered what is the plan for outdoor dining in the winter. Our closer look at the plans underway. Stay with us.
The anticipation, the expectations, the stakes couldn't be higher. Trump-Biden, Debate 1, tonight on ABC, starting with a live event special with the most powerful team in politics. Then the debate, tonight on ABC. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Cross my office off the list. What if we pick for each other?
Please stop.
With so much on the line, ABC News, America's #1 news, is right there for you live on Hulu with stories of strength, stories of hope. Because now, when it matters most,
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news. And that news is ABC News.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
Watch the news you need.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Streaming to all Hulu subscribers right now.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what can help you feel smarter, better, happier? Welcome to GMA3, What You Need to Know, the 3rd hour of Good Morning America. Lunchtime on ABC.
In this debate, I'll be watching to see
the actual policies being discussed.
An emphasis on democracy.
A clear plan instead of just rhetoric.
The most important thing to me is just bringing all of us together as a community.
Stop the division in the United States.
In order to win my vote, they need to convince me that they will unify the country.
Millions will certainly be watching tonight's debate. A reminder, our coverage kicks off right here on ABC News Live after this show. But switching gears now, if you live in a cold weather location that's had tough COVID restrictions on indoor dining like here in New York, at some point you may have wondered what's going to happen when it gets cold outside. It's one thing to limit indoor dining. It's another to eat outside in frigid temperatures. Our Ariel Reshef set out to see the plans in place across the country as so many restaurants prepare for what will likely be another challenging time in the restaurant industry.
The COVID-19 pandemic at times has left us with more questions than answers. But one thing we do know, the change of seasons normally looks like this. But to so many in the restaurant industry, it feels like winter is coming all too fast. Restrictions on indoor dining have forced many restaurants to convert sidewalks, parking spots, and lots into outdoor dining space, becoming a lifeline for struggling eateries.
It would have been impossible, literally. If we didn't have a big outdoor space, we might have been closed already.
But as temps drop, for many, the charm of al fresco dining is dwindling, leaving many restaurant owners scrambling. According to Yelp's September Economic Impact Report, more than 32,000 restaurants have closed their doors since the pandemic began, 61% of them permanently. That's in addition to the more than 6,000 bars that have also closed. Sean Kennedy from the National Restaurant Association fears without the help of the federal government, many more won't make it through the winter.
This pandemic represents the biggest challenge they've ever seen. We're moving into the fall and winter. There are not a lot of options that are available. Right now, roughly 100,000 restaurants are closed, and that's based on summer weather patterns. If there isn't action from Congress, if the winter comes as we think it's going to with its strength and severity, a lot of folks are not going to be able to fill their houses, and a lot of restaurants are going to have to close for good.
The warm summer months and the option of outdoor dining helped sustain tens of thousands of restaurants. But even as indoor dining slowly makes a comeback with limited capacity in spots across the country, many restaurants are saying it's just not enough.
For most restaurants, in order to make a profit, they need to have a full house every day of the week. They need to have something approaching 100% capacity just to make 5 or 6% profit margin and keep their doors open for the month. So when they're at 25% capacity, 50%, even 75%, that takes a huge bite out of an industry that is barely scraping by even on a good day.
Some states like Florida, which surpassed 700,000 COVID cases since the start of the pandemic, moving forward with fully reopening restaurants.
What that'll mean for the restaurants is that there will not be limitations from the state of Florida.
Doctors cautioning about the potential impact of dining indoors at close proximity.
We know from various studies that just being outdoors reduces risk of transmission, whether you're walking or exercising. Anytime you're in an outside environment, it's just better ventilation. And so it creates less risk for transmission to happen from person to person. Indoor dining is an opportunity for a lot of people to be in the same place in often very poorly ventilated spaces. So with those ingredients, you have a recipe for a great deal of virus transmission.
Other places like New York have been more hesitant about reopening. Just last week, New York City announcing a return for indoor dining since the pandemic took hold, opening soon at 25% capacity and making outdoor dining permanent. In the meantime, the city's roughly 25,000 restaurants have been thinking outside the box or bubble to stay afloat, like Café du Soleil on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, providing diners with their own plastic pods to keep cozy and distanced no matter the weather.
People love it. When it rains, it's protected. When it's cold, when it's windy. Yeah. So it's like a greenhouse effect. So it's pretty cool.
But are these pods really safer than indoor dining?
These pods are to a certain degree safer because they're just enclosing the people that are dining together. So it probably increases the risk of transmission between, within that party, but it sort of reduces still the transmission that you might see indoors where you have multiple people congregated together. They're not, perfectly safe and they need to be cleaned. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to maintain them, but they're likely incrementally safer, though, there's not a lot of research, around these new devices.
In Chicago, where restrictions were also just lifted to 25% indoor capacity, restaurant owners have struggled. Julia Zhu is the co-owner of Bar Roma and says her business has been hit hard.
With the 25% capacity of seating, it's a very good number, but it's still not enough to support everything. I'm still operating at loss. We are in the survive mode.
Chicago city officials taking matters into their own hands, launching a worldwide contest seeking creative solutions to make dining more appealing during the brutal Chicago winter. Ideas from restaurant workers, designers, architects, and everyday citizens poured in. Chicago received more than 600 submissions from 13 countries in just a matter of days. But some Chicago restaurant owners say most of the ideas are simply not feasible.
It costs literally $10,000 to rent one of those igloos for 7 or 8 people. And that doesn't include heating, doesn't include chairs or decor.
In Chicago, I just don't think the outdoor is the solution for us. It's not going to be enjoyable environment for people sitting, dining in that. I'm really hoping the government will send a second round of PPP. Just, help us to go through the winter season.
They say the only way to save their businesses is to increase indoor dining capacity.
This is a Category 5 hurricane mixed in with a 10.0 earthquake, and we don't know when it's going to end. Every day I'm talking to operators who are terrified that they're going to have to shut their doors, that they're going to have to lay off staff that they view as families. And they're asking me, what can we do to get the attention of people in Washington right now?
But medical experts maintain it might still be safest to layer up and dine outside.
Outdoor dining is safer than indoor dining. So if you can stay outside as long as possible, bring extra layers, bring a blanket, but also wear your mask and bring your hand sanitizer. That combination is still going to be the safest.
Ariel Reshef, ABC News, New York.
Our thanks to Ariel for that. And still ahead here on Prime, the escalating tensions between two nations that now have the world on edge and watching. We'll explain. The woman accused of trying to kidnap Joe Montana's grandchild in his Malibu home now charged in the bizarre case. And what do the polls show right now with the debate set to begin in about 90 minutes? Who needs to have the bigger night? We'll take a look at the numbers. But first, our post of the day. First Super Bowl MVP, then engaged, and now dad-to-be. 2020 has been a good year for Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
Where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
On your carts. Get set.
Let's go.
Get ready.
The team with the highest card total could be leaving with $100,000.
To shop.
Bam, bam, bam.
Till you drop.
Oh, mommy down.
Leslie Jones hosts Supermarket Sweep. Premieres Sunday, October 18th on ABC.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Thursday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
The most important issue of the debate for me would be
the Department of Justice, the United States Postal Service,
restrictions concerning abortion,
I care about health care,
education,
what is happening in the Supreme Court,
policing and criminal justice reform.
We need raw truth.
Welcome back, everyone. As we head into the first presidential debate of 2020, we take a look at where former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump now stand in the polls by the numbers. At the moment, Biden has a 78% chance of winning the election, while Trump has a 22% chance of winning. That's according to a simulation forecast by our partners at 538. But neither candidate is expected to win by a landslide. Biden's chance of that is 28%, while Trump's is less than 1%. Nationally, Biden leads Trump 54 to 44%, according to an ABC News Washington Post poll released on Sunday. And that lead is mirrored in the crucial battleground state of Pennsylvania, where 8% of voters who backed Trump in 2016 say they now support Biden. Now, that could be enough to swing a state that Trump won by only 44,292 votes out of more than 6 million votes cast. Biden has a commanding 23-point lead among women and an 18-point lead among suburban women in Pennsylvania. And in that same state, the biggest shift is among college-educated white voters who in 2016 split evenly for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, but now support Biden over Trump by 61 to 38%. Still lots to get to here on Prime. The American airport set to become the first to offer COVID testing for all passengers, regardless of airline or destination. Our journey to Minnesota, one of the key battleground states, what the voters on the fence are thinking. How can they be swayed? And later, debates are a critical part of our democracy, but it's often the smallest of things that have the biggest of impacts. But first, a look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote. And with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what can help you feel smarter, better, happier? Welcome to GMA3, What You Need to Know, the third hour of Good Morning America. Lunchtime on ABC.
President Trump and the First Lady are in Cleveland, Ohio for tonight's debate, where he and Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden will spar on issues.
He's going to want to make it personal. He's going to want to get in the mosh pit.
The Biden campaign released another year of tax returns.
The Biden campaign released 2019 tax returns that show Dr. Jill and Joe Biden earned nearly $1 million and paid a total of almost $300,000 in federal income taxes. Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff earned about $3 million and paid about $1 million in taxes. The campaign's release came hours before the first presidential debate and the day after the New York Times reported President Trump has largely avoided paying federal income taxes over the last 18 years.
The 90-minute debate will also feature questions about the economy, COVID-19, and the Supreme Court. Trump eager to shift the conversation to the court as his nominee Amy Coney Barrett meets today with Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill.
Armenia has accused Turkey of shooting down one of its warplanes as fighting continues with Azerbaijan in the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh. Turkey denies the allegation, a government spokesperson calling it, quote, fantasy. The fighting stoking fear of a larger full-scale war in the region. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo urging both Armenia and Azerbaijan to cease hostilities, while former Vice President Biden is calling on U.S. NATO ally Turkey to stay out of the conflict.
There is newly released surveillance showing the attack on 2 LAPD officers inside a police station. The suspect confronting one officer, repeatedly hitting him with his own gun while he's down. That suspect then firing at another officer. No one was hit. Police rushing to help. The suspect was arrested and tonight is charged with the attempted murder of both officers.
Joseph Montana, Jennifer Montana.
Charges filed in the attempted kidnapping of Joe Montana's grandchild, 39-year-old Sozai Dalzell, appearing in a California court where she was charged with attempted kidnapping and burglary.
The Hall of Fame quarterback and his wife Jennifer were in their Malibu home on Saturday when authorities say the suspect snuck into the house in broad daylight and grabbed the sleeping infant from a playpen in the living room. The Montanas tried to de-escalate the situation, then a struggle ensued, but Mrs. Montana was able to safely pry the child out of the suspect's arms. The suspect fled the home, but the 3-time Super Bowl MVP alerted deputies patrolling the area. The woman was soon found at a nearby house and arrested.
My client, Ms. Dalzell, is extremely apologetic and is very well concerned for the well-being of the family.
Her bail was set at $200,000. A first in the fight against the coronavirus in this country. Tampa International Airport will now test for COVID-19. That's for all departing and arriving passengers. Those who recently traveled can purchase the rapid or regular testing. The optional month-long pilot program will start this Thursday.
This is about taking a bold step to restarting air travel. This is about instilling even greater confidence in the flying public. And frankly, it's about breathing life back into our industry that is very badly needed right now.
Meantime, the NFL faces its first coronavirus outbreak. The Titans suspended in-person workouts after 3 players and 5 staff members tested positive. The Titans played the Vikings last Sunday. Minnesota also working remotely as a precaution. None of the Vikings have tested positive yet.
And thanks for staying with us. Now to a major development in the Breonna Taylor case. A Kentucky judge has ordered the release of grand jury documents and recordings to the court by noon tomorrow. This comes after a jury member accused the prosecutor of misrepresenting what really happened in that secret proceeding, leaving many to ask, was the grand jury asked to consider charging 3 police officers for Taylor's death? ABC's Alex Perez is in Louisville again tonight.
Tonight, as demands intensify to find out why a grand jury did not charge officers in the death of Breonna Taylor, transcripts could be made public tomorrow. A judge ordering Monday the record of the secret deliberations be filed with the court. The judge could then release them. The state's Attorney General Daniel Cameron previously refusing to release them, overnight reluctantly reversing, saying the grand jury is meant to be a secretive body, but it is apparent that the public interest in this case isn't going to allow that to happen, adding his team presented a thorough and complete case. The one officer that was charged for firing his weapon and endangering neighbors, not for Taylor's death, pleading not guilty. This as an anonymous member of the grand jury coming forward in a rare move, filing a separate motion asking the records be unsealed. That juror's attorney saying Cameron misrepresented deliberations.
My client wants to make sure the truth gets out.
My client wants to make sure that anything that happened in there becomes something of public knowledge to the extent it's legally allowed to.
And we're joined now by Alex Perez. Alex, do we know if and when these grand jury documents and recordings could be made public?
Well, Lindsay, that is the big question Breonna's family, protesters, and many others would like to have answered. Here's what we do know. The Attorney General here has said he would agree to the judge's order to submit those documents, the grand jury transcripts and recordings to the court by noon on Wednesday. At that point, then, it's in the judge's hands. So we will know, presumably sometime after that, when exactly the public may have access to that information, Lindsay.
And give us a sense of what the Kentucky Attorney General is now saying. He's defending the decision to not bring charges against two of the officers and charge the third, former officer, with endangering Taylor's neighbors.
Yeah, Lindsay, the Attorney General on the day he announced the grand jury decision and in subsequent interviews has said the two other officers were justified in firing their weapons because Breonna Taylor's boyfriend fired first. And because of that, the Attorney General says the evidence he presented to the grand jury had to do with the third officer, Hankison, the one that was charged with wanton endangerment. He did not present charges or a case for those other officers. Lindsay?
Alex Perez, thanks so much for your reporting. Both Donald Trump and Joe Biden agree on one thing. They say a critical audience for tonight's debate could be suburban women. Has our country's racial reckoning changed hearts and minds for this key group of voters? 4 months after the death of George Floyd, our Devin Dwyer went to the Minneapolis suburbs to find out.
So how many people on this block, if you had to guess, are Republican?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Twyla Dang has lived in the suburbs of Minneapolis for 20 years, a mother of 3 and Democrat in a sea of mostly white Republicans.
Have you felt comfortable living here?
Well, I've lived in Minnesota for a long time, so proximity to whiteness is something that you just get used to.
After the death of George Floyd, her community was gripped by protests for racial justice and scenes of violence and looting just a few miles away.
It felt like the energy around it was more difficult for us than the actual actions themselves. Those actions did not collectively spread down this far that way.
Everybody put the fist up right now! Did you get the sense at all that the movement changed any views on this Republican bloc, especially given the fact that they know you?
The next door pages were on fire. Facebook is on fire. But I would say neighbor to neighbor, person to person. I think we all know pretty much where everybody lands, in terms of how they feel about things.
The fallout has scrambled Minnesota politics and injected new uncertainty into how suburban women might vote in this Midwest battleground.
I watched my city burn down, and we had the National Guards here, and they didn't call the shots. I just feel like they were just kept talking and talking, and there was no action from them. Oh my God, oh my God.
Dawn L. lived 5 blocks from where George Floyd was killed, documenting the protests out her window. Weeks later, she moved from South Minneapolis to the suburbs where she felt safer, and after years of voting for Democrats, now says she's voting for Trump.
I've leaned towards the other side, Red, because I feel like our leadership did not step up to the plate, honestly. I think there's some things that Donald Trump and the Red Party really need to address and work on as well. But I feel with everything that happened, that the Blue Party,
the Democrats,
may make it a little worse.
Lawless criminals terrorize Minneapolis.
The Trump campaign sees Minnesota as its best shot at flipping a blue state to red in November. After losing by just 45,000 votes 4 years ago, Trump spending millions on TV ads like these meant to appeal to voters' fears.
So voters who are concerned about racial justice are more likely and more energized to vote Democratic, and voters who are concerned about law and order are, really listening to President Trump's message about them. But I don't think either of these two groups were likely to switch their votes.
So maybe it didn't change a lot of minds, but it certainly energized people.
It energizes them.
People.
That's right.
The latest ABC News Washington Post poll finds Minnesota voters trust Joe Biden over Donald Trump by 11 points on issues of crime and safety, and by 24 points on equal treatment for racial groups. Suburban mom Jamie Becker-Finn says Trump's message has backfired.
We are sick of men like
Paul Gazelka and Donald Trump telling us how we feel. You know, we have voices. We are full human beings who can share how we actually feel about things.
Last month, Becker Finn, a Democrat who serves in the state legislature, took to Twitter to push back on Republican claims that women like her are scared to death of the protests. Her hashtag I am a suburban mom going viral.
People are afraid, but they're afraid of their neighbors getting sick. You know, that's where the anxiety is.
She says the pandemic, jobs and wages, and the environment are bigger concerns.
Like a top 3 issue when I'm talking to voters is climate change. Even right now, despite everything going on, it's climate change.
Really? Minnesota hasn't backed a Republican for president since 1972, the longest-running streak of any state in the country. But many analysts say changing demographics and a shifting economy on top of recent racial unrest have put Minnesota's 10 electoral votes in play.
I like to consider myself a little bit of like a Reagan Republican.
Michelle Fozzie, a working mother of 3, says family finances motivate her choice and that the pandemic, public health restrictions, and their impact on businesses worry her more than the virus itself.
Right now, I would say my focus is more immediate on what, the administration that I think can best pull us out of this crisis the fastest.
Joe Biden says it's a patriotic duty of all Americans at all times to wear masks. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. I don't like this being a federal mandate. I just don't believe this is an enormous country, and I just don't believe that what's right necessarily or necessary in the city of New York is necessarily necessary in Iowa.
The battle for Minnesota and other upper Midwestern states may ultimately boil down to suburban women on the margins, like retired accountant and Catholic stepmother of 3, Ann Swenson, who is undecided.
What's making it so hard for you?
I'm mostly a fiscal conservative and more of a social moderate. There's 2 things about Donald Trump. First, being a fiscal conservative, I'm not excited about what's happened with the budget. I feel the deficit spending, even without the COVID, is not something that I'm excited about. The other is the rhetoric and the civility. When did being civil to people be a sign of weakness?
So why can't you vote for Joe Biden?
I can't vote for Joe Biden because I don't want the country I don't want the Vice President Harris following. I don't know necessarily that Joe Biden would make 4 years, and if he doesn't make 4 years, then she's in automatically.
Trump is counting on unhappy voters like Swenson to stay home.
The strategy for Donald Trump is he probably can't win those suburban women over, but can he give them reasons why they shouldn't vote for Joe Biden? And that he can keep them from turning out to vote and, let's say, get his base to turn out at an even higher percentage than they did 4 years ago. That's the recipe for a victory here.
Meanwhile, Democrats are rallying for turnout as voting gets underway and facing lagging enthusiasm for Biden.
To be honest, I think a lot of people are going to do a little hold their nose and vote. At the end of the day, we have a candidate. And if you have the candidate and you actually believe in the things you say you believe in, you cannot opt out of an election. You cannot complain about your choices. You cannot say, well, I can't vote for that in good conscience. But you'll just let this continue to happen?
An appeal to conscience and common sense as the 2020 campaign turns toward the high-stakes presidential debates with all eyes on voters in the suburbs. For ABC News Live, I'm Devin Dwyer in Minneapolis.
Such interesting conversations happening across the country. Our thanks to Devin for that. And in case you missed it, we have a new champion in the hockey world. After an unforgettable NHL postseason played in 2 different bubbles in Canada, the Tampa Bay Lightning hoisted up the Stanley Cup after defeating the Dallas Stars in Game 6. The champions yelling and celebrating their shutout victory in an empty arena, of course. The Lightning became the first team from an American professional league to win it all since sports were shut down earlier this year due to the pandemic. Congratulations to them. And the NBA Finals start tomorrow night. LeBron James and the LA Lakers face off against his former team, the Miami Heat. The action tips off from the bubble in Orlando at 9 p.m. on ABC. And still to come, sometimes it's not the message that is the main takeaway after a presidential debate, and that can have huge consequences in an election. We'll explain.
ABC News, straightforward. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true. What? This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
Cross my office off the list. What if we pick for each other?
Please stop.
Going into this debate,
I want to feel inspired. I feel stressed. I'm newly 18. It's my first time voting in any election.
I feel hopeful.
Anxious.
Nervous as hell.
I feel very concerned about the
future of the United States.
It's probably the most important debate and probably the most important election in my lifetime.
Stress, hopeful, anxious, a variety of emotions across the country, and voters across the country telling us how they feel as millions prepare to watch tonight's main event and ultimately decide who will be this nation's next president. Finally, tonight, we wanted to take a look back at some of those small moments from past debates that might offer some lessons for President Trump and former Vice President Biden, two people with quite a few debates already under their belts.
President and I.
Modern presidential debates have proven they can make or break.
The question before us is, which point of view and which party do we want to lead the United States?
From the first televised debate in 1960, when a polished JFK outshined a sweaty Richard Nixon.
I have no comment.
Typically is against such a proposal.
Governor, there you go again.
Ronald Reagan was a master of memorable one-liners, using humor to defuse a question about his age in 1984.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
But the first rule of debates, simply do no harm, with the dreaded gaffe. Lacking passion was Michael Dukakis's debate downfall in 1988.
Governor, if Kitty Dukakis were raped and murdered, would you favor an irrevocable death penalty for the killer?
No, I don't, Bernard, and I think you know that I've opposed the death penalty during all of my life.
George H.W. Bush, looking at his watch in 1992, proved fatal. For Al Gore, those repeated sighs in 2000 were the moment that resonated.
That's what a governor gets to do. Man's practicing fuzzy math again. There's differences.
And in 2012, Mitt Romney stuck a little too close to his talking points.
Our Navy is smaller now than any time since 1917.
Setting up his opponent to call him out.
Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets, because the nature of our military's changed. And so the question is not a game of battleship where we're counting ships. It's what are our capabilities?
Of course, for Biden and Trump, this is not their first rodeo.
This is a bunch of stuff. Look, here's the deal.
What does that mean, a bunch of stuff?
Well, it means it's simply inaccurate.
It's Irish.
It is. We Irish call it malarkey.
Thanks for the translation. Okay.
Both proving they can be themselves on the debate stage.
There was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged again.
Should have gotten it.
But in a country dealing with crisis upon crisis, from the pandemic to the economy to racial strife, perhaps substance over style will prove decisive in 2020. And before we go tonight, our image of the day. The stage is set. The president and former Vice President Joe Biden are undoubtedly getting ready, and so are we, for the first presidential debate of the 2020 election. That is our show for tonight. I'm about to switch sets and join George Stephanopoulos, David Muir, and the rest of the ABC News Powerhouse team. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Lindsay Davis. Our debate coverage kicks off in just moments. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Thursday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote, and with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
Cross my office off the list. What if we pick for each other?
Please stop.
This is a 2020 special.
This is the most important election we've ever had.
We need to rise to this moment.
In this unprecedented election season, a debate that could change everything. With voting already underway, who will sway the undecided? The president, Donald Trump.
This election will decide whether we will defend the American way of life or whether we will allow a radical movement to completely dismantle and destroy it.
The challenger, Joe Biden.
It's time for us, for we the people, to come together. And make no mistake, united we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America.
Tonight, the main event, the first presidential debate. Live from Case Western Reserve University and Cleveland Clinic in Ohio and New York City. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the 2020 presidential debates. That is the scene in Cleveland, Ohio, where just 1 hour from now, Donald Trump and Joe Biden will take the stage for the first of 3 90-minute debates just 35 days before the final votes. Most presidential election years are tumultuous. Few anything close to this. The president impeached, a global pandemic costing more than 200,000 Americans their lives, millions more their jobs, racial protests, political violence, and now a Supreme Court confirmation battle in the closing weeks of the campaign. But through it all, this presidential race has been remarkably stable. Go back to the polls in January, you'll see that Joe Biden, still fighting for the Democratic nomination, had about a 7-point lead over President Trump. Take a look today, and the polling averages are basically in the same place. Our chief White House correspondent John Carl is in Cleveland. And John, with exactly 5 weeks to go, the president has to do something tonight to shake up this race.
If he doesn't shake up the race, George, the bottom line is he is likely to lose this race. As you mentioned, the polls have been steady nationally. They've also been steady in virtually every single battleground state. The top 12 states, he has failed to have a sustainable lead in any of them over the last several days. And he also knows, off the several months, he also knows, George, that if he doesn't change the dynamic, and if he doesn't change the dynamic, the trajectory of the race, he will lose. And he knows that this is his single best chance to do so. This debate, an audience of potentially 100 million people, head-to-head with Joe Biden. We still have 2 debates after this, but people are already voting. If he's going to change the dynamic of the race, he has to start to do it now. He's been here before. You remember 4 years ago, his campaign was written off as dead after the Access Hollywood debate. He came in after the tape was leaked. He came into the debate, co-moderated by Martha Raddatz, and he went on the attack, ruthlessly and relentlessly on the attack. He turned around his campaign. I suspect he's going to try to do something very much like that tonight.
We will be watching that tonight. A lot of pressure on Joe Biden, obviously, as well. Mary Bruce also in Cleveland tonight. I guess, Mary, the watchwords for the Biden strategy tonight: don't sit on your lead, but don't take Trump's bait.
Exactly, George. The Biden campaign just told us he is ready for anything here tonight, and he may very well have to be. He knows that the president is going to try to make this personal, but he says he's not going to be baited into some kind of brawl. The challenge for Biden here tonight is going to be trying to rise above all of the attacks and the gutter politics to focus on the issues. We know he is eager to talk about the president's taxes and his business record, and in the midst of this pandemic, he's also likely to hammer the issue of health care. And even though Biden has flatly labeled the president a liar, don't expect him here tonight to spend a lot of time fact-checking the president. Instead, we're told he wants to spend all of his time here speaking directly to the American people. Biden, of course, is very familiar with this venue. This will be his 27th debate for the White House, but he has also shown that he at times can be an uneven debater, and we know that the vice president has to perform tonight. He has never been up against an opponent like Donald Trump. He has to prove the president wrong when he attacks him on his mental fitness. Joe Biden has to bring it tonight.
And we will be watching to see if he does. Wild card thrown in this debate in the final hours. That Sunday explosive report in the New York Times about the president's taxes got access to the president's tax returns, something he has not released for the last several years. Cecilia Vega has the latest on that.
Yeah, George, the Trump team said today they expect this to be the very first question tonight, and they are ready for it. But you just said it. He has fought this every step of the way. He's not faced questions extensively since this story broke on Sunday. He's expected to get questions on this tonight. He has not released his tax returns, the first president in modern history to do so. So now he will face these big questions. And heading into tonight, this has given the Biden team fresh ammunition. They are going to argue that the president, in that $750 that he paid in income taxes the year he won the White House in his first year in office, was less than teachers and firefighters and nurses in this country have paid. The Trump team, they're expected to say that this is smart business, that in fact Joe Biden is the one who helped create the tax code in this country. George, the big question heading in tonight on this issue of taxes is, will voters care about this? The Trump team is hoping that this was litigated already back in 2016.
World News Tonight anchor David Muir is here. One thing we know the voters care about, COVID-19, the pandemic, going to be a whole topic tonight in the debate.
No question about that, George. And we have to remember that this country is exhausted by the polarization, the politics, and most certainly, as you point out, by the pandemic. More than 200,000 American lives lost, millions without work. And, you know, it was months ago, that first interview with the president in the pandemic. And I asked him, are you comfortable with this election becoming a referendum on your handling of the pandemic? And you could see the pain in his face. He said, you know, I am and I'm not. But he went on to tell me that I deserve credit for my handling of the pandemic. We know that in recent weeks he has said I deserve an A+. But then came the audio tapes, the Bob Woodward audio tapes, when you could hear him saying, I'm downplaying the virus to avoid panic in this country. And Joe Biden responded to that, saying it is close to criminal. And I think the big question tonight is whether or not Joe Biden takes it that far on the stage, and what President Trump will say to defend not only his handling, but where do we go from here? What's his vision for the next 4 years and the next 4 months, quite frankly? How and when does he see this country pulling itself out of a pandemic that's taken more than 200,000 lives?
And what will he say about the vaccine, Lindsay Davis? Davis also here tonight. We know the president has tried to hit the theme of law and order in recent weeks, playing off the racial protests we've seen across the country this summer.
Sure, and certainly many people still feeling raw in the wake of the lack of charges in Breonna Taylor. I'm going to add to David's word, Americans feeling exhausted. I think that they're also angry and frustrated. I'm mindful of a little boy in a picture who was protesting in Columbia, South Carolina, that was holding a sign, a black boy who said, "We didn't come this far to only come this far." And I think that that's a question that's going to loom large on the stage tonight as far as which one of these candidates is going to actually help propel black and brown communities forward. I think that it's plausible that we could see President Trump pull the 1994 crime bill out of his back pocket. I mean, this is legislation. Yes, Joe Biden wrote the legislation, and many argue that this was really detrimental to the black community for decades, even now today. However, on the flip side, the Trump administration is not willing to acknowledge that systemic racism still exists in this country. I thought it was really interesting. There was a Pew study that recently came out that only 9% of Trump supporters actually believe it's harder in this country to be black than white. Compare that to 74% of those who support Biden. I think that we do have to be mindful. Only 1/3, or actually 1/3, which is the largest amount that we've had in history, non-white voters in this electorate this year.
Could be a big force in the election. Lindsay Davis, thanks. We are lucky to have part of our team, the only journalist in the country who's moderated general election debates with both President Trump and Joe Biden, our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz. So you had Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton back in 2016, Joe Biden and Paul Ryan back in 2012. What did you learn about their debate styles?
Well, I think John said it right off the bat, and we've all seen it. Donald Trump is combative. He will come out swinging. He lurked on the stage in 2016. Dealing with Donald Trump is more like being a lion tamer than a debate moderator. You really had to keep him on time. He'll go after the moderator. I had to stop him several times, and then he would accuse me of letting Hillary Clinton have more time. So I expect he'll go after the moderator, and he will hard charge against Joe Biden. Now, Joe Biden in 2012 was very feisty in that debate and very, very wonky, very policy-driven. But Joe Biden also had a real sense of humor then, and I don't think you see that with Donald Trump in any of these debates. In anything with Donald Trump, whenever he's talking to people, you don't really see that sense of humor. I think you'll see Joe Biden do that tonight, although he's far more uneven than he was in 2012, George.
You know the kind of pressure that moderator Chris Wallace is going to be under tonight. You know, the moderator has to ask revealing questions, figure out how and when to follow up, and get answers, but not become the story.
Exactly. I'm so relaxed tonight, George. It feels so much better than looking at that stage tonight and remembering what that's like. But Chris is an excellent moderator. He did a great job in 2016. But I know just the same way I wanted to stay out of it and not become the story, Chris wants to do that as well. But you also have to do fact-based questions. You have to give the candidates questions that will challenge them, but you're not really the person who's saying you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, you're right. That's up to them.
Yeah, he said he's not going to fact check, but we should probably expect him to follow up.
I think he will follow up, and we certainly followed up in 2012 and in 2016. It's very much like you did, George, the other day in the town hall. You follow up when you can, when you have the information there, and you can pass it off to the other candidate. So if Donald Trump says something that the moderator doesn't feel is correct, he may follow up with that, but then toss it to Joe Biden.
Martha Raddatz, thanks very much. When we come back, Nate Silver's election forecast, Tom Yamas on the 6 big battlegrounds, and our Powerhouse Roundtable.
The most important issue of the debate for me would be
the Department of Justice.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on. Dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them. You'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
He's sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote. And with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
The waters of the Outer Banks are unforgiving and full of riches for the fishermen who dare. The best of the Northern Fleet are heading south. But the locals know where the giants lie. And if you thought the waters were unforgiving, wait until the battle begins. Wicked Tuna Outer Banks. New episodes Sundays at 9 on National Geographic.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Friday, two music superstars, John Bon Jovi and Jennifer Nettles, in an unforgettable GMA concert. John Bon Jovi, Jennifer Nettles, Friday on Good Morning America's concert series, sponsored by CarMax. Now, with so much on the line, more Americans are turning to David Muir and ABC's World News Tonight than any other program across all of television.
Breaking news, context, analysis.
And no shouting. The time is now for ABC News Live.
Get it streaming everywhere, right to you.
That's the scene in Cleveland, Ohio. Under an hour now before the first debate between President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden. 90 minutes to go tonight in this first debate. Two more to come after that, plus a vice presidential debate. As we said coming into the program tonight, Joe Biden enters this debate season with about a 7-point lead in the national race, according to polling averages. Of course, this is, though, about the Electoral College. Remember, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote last time, but did not win the presidency. And this time around, the campaigns are spending most of their time and attention on 6 big battleground states. Tom Malm is here with a deeper dive on that.
George, these are 6 critical battleground states that the president won 4 years ago. Let's take a look right now. Here they are: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, and Florida. In this column, we have the president's margin of victory 4 years ago. In this column, we have an average of polling from our partners at 538 as they stand right now. Let's start with the blue wall that collapsed for Democrats 4 years ago: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Look how thin this margin of victory is for the president. We're talking about less than 1%. In Michigan, that was 11,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, 44,000 votes at a 6 million cast. And right now, Joe Biden is on top. Our poll out of Pennsylvania today has him up even higher. North Carolina and Arizona, the story's a little different. The president had a decisive victory there, but polls right now show the race is neck and neck. Also, what's happening in these 2 states, you have what we have called down ballot races, where the Democrats there in a Senate race in Arizona and a governor's race in North Carolina, the Democrats have real momentum that could help Joe Biden. And then in Florida, the state with the most electoral votes on this board right right here. The president won by more than 100,000 votes. Experts tell us this is his best state on this board right now for two reasons, really. One, a lot of retirees have moved to the state since the election, and our polling is so Joe Biden has some trouble with Hispanic voters right now. But we also want to mention one more thing, George. There's a collection of other states, Texas, Georgia, Iowa, and Ohio, where the debate is tonight, where the president won big, but right now he's behind or the polls are very close. That's why he could be fighting for every vote, and that's why tonight's debate could be important.
Okay, Tom Llamas, thanks very much. Let's go to Nate Silver now from 538, our statistical guru who has an algorithm, basically looked to forecast the probabilities of each candidate winning the race. As we head into the debate season, where is it?
So right now we have Joe Biden with around a 75 to 80% chance of winning the Electoral College. This assumes, by the way, that we have a free and fair election. Things are counted on election night or a few weeks thereafter, at least. Look, this is not that close a race right now. As Tom was saying, the closest states right now are states like Georgia and Texas and Ohio. States like Pennsylvania, the blue wall states, and Wisconsin and Michigan have rebounded pretty strongly for Biden relative to where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So right now, Biden has the polls he wants. We still have lots of news going on. We still have 3 debates. So there is uncertainty, but you'd much rather be in Joe Biden's position right now.
So how does this compare to where Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were 4 years ago around this time?
So at this point in 2016, Clinton had only about a 1-point lead in our national polling average and was about 55% in our forecast to win the Electoral College. So it's a much less close race than it was 4 years ago. People forget, 2016, you had lots of swing state polls that showed Trump ahead. We somehow had like a Jedi mind trick where we pretended that Biden or Clinton was sure to win, but it was a very close race. This race has been much steadier. There are fewer undecideds. Biden is at or above 50% in a lot of these polls. So Trump really needs to change some minds here, which is doable. I mean, it's a crazy campaign, but we're in the range now where you don't see comebacks as often as you would have back in July and August.
Finally, just lift the veil a little bit on your process, because a lot of people pay attention to your bottom line. They look at that percentage you put up on your website every day. Just give the people a sense of what goes into that.
So we take literally every poll that we can find. Polls that have been more accurate historically are weighted more heavily, like the ABC News Washington Post poll. But it's all based on history, right? Saying if you have a candidate with the lead of this margin with 35 days to go, how often do they win? And in Biden's case, the answer is maybe 75 or 80% of the time.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. Let's talk about this more now with our roundtable. I want to start with Rahm Emanuel, former chief of staff to President Obama, mayor of Chicago. You worked with Joe Biden for a long time. Give a sense of what the world looks like from the Biden camp as they enter the debate tonight.
Well, I think that if I said 9 months ago, you're going to have $150 million more than the incumbent president, you're going to be up in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, would you take that 9 months ago? You take that and go. So he has a task here. He has a 1-act play tonight. Reassure voters. Donald Trump has a 3-act play. He's got to stop the momentum that's clearly being picked up, ticking up a point here, a point there, and moving. He has to stop it tonight, and then over the next 2 debates, try to change people's perceptions over the last 3.5 years that they have. In the end of the day, when you look at everything, just blow through it, Donald Trump is getting 42, 43%. That's exactly the number of his job approval. Joe Biden, 50, 49%, somewhere in that number. He's getting exactly the percentage of people who say, I will never vote for Donald Trump. And the centrifugal force of this election, on both positive energy and negative energy, is Donald Trump. This debate is big, but I bet you there's as good a chance as any that afterwards, short of something major happening, that we're going to say this too hasn't changed what's happened, because if it isn't a pandemic, and it isn't economic depression, and it isn't social and civil unrest that's happened all over the country that hasn't changed it, a debate won't also.
So Donald Trump has a tough job tonight. Let me bring that to Chris Christie. You were part of the president's debate prep in 2016. You've been part of the president's debate prep this year as well. You wrote in your book that the debate prep in 2016 didn't go all that well. I can't use the words you used in your book.
Not shocking.
Exactly.
I'm from New Jersey, George.
So how is it going this time around? What does the president need to do?
Well, much different and much better than 4 years ago. And listen, what he needs to do tonight, and I've been saying this all along, if this is an election for senior class president, Joe Biden wins. He is personally more popular with the American people than Donald Trump is right now. It's just a fact. But if Donald Trump makes this election about whose vision of America for the next 4 years is one that you agree with more, that's the ground he's got to play on. So I think he's got to play offense tonight, but that's natural to him. But what he plays offense on is most important. He plays offense on the issues that are very important to the American people, then I think he can have a good performance tonight. If we get into a personality battle back and forth, that's not good for the president.
Yvette Simpson, we know that one of the things that the president has tried to do for the last several weeks is paint Joe Biden as a socialist, and kind of a Trojan horse for socialism. But we also know is that people have been voting all across the country for several weeks.
They have, and I think that's the greatest, I think, benefit to the Democratic Party, because a lot more Democratic voters are taking those early ballots. But there's also a lot of confusion. We've been talking to voters in battleground states for the last couple of weeks, and people are afraid to put their ballots in the mail. They're afraid of the rules that keep changing. In my own state of Ohio, they still are battling over ballot boxes. And so what we're telling people is keep the momentum, keep getting out there, keep going. And so as Nate said, the one X factor in this election is, will people's votes count? Will we have a full and fair election, or will they be stopped at the polling?
How does Joe Biden handle this balancing act? On the one hand, he has to rebut these charges that he's going to be a socialist without dampening enthusiasm from progressives in the Democratic Party.
I think he just talks about what's important to him. I mean, we're not claiming Joe Biden as a liberal, progressive socialist. He's not that. And so if we're not saying it, I don't think anybody believes it. I think he just has to stick to the facts. He has to stick to what he is and what he's doing. And I think more importantly, he needs to come off very, very strong and as a strong leader, because right now, a lot of people are afraid. They're hurting, right? This RBG thing, it really shook the world. And a lot of people want to see him strong, bold, and making real change. And I hope if he shows up that way, I think he's going to unify a lot of people, including my wing of the party.
Republican strategist Sarah Fagan, you say that Joe Biden actually has a tougher job tonight than the president.
Well, I think he does, because in many respects, he's much less known than Donald Trump. Opinions on Donald Trump are very hardened. And so for the vice president, if he comes into this debate and he plays into the narrative that Donald Trump has tried to set of him, which is maybe he's in cognitive decline or he's going to make all these gaffes, it may cause the American people to say, oh, maybe there's something to what Trump is saying. Now, I do think that's a mistake for the president and potentially very risky, because the flip side of that is if Joe Biden shows up and he just is average, people are going to say, well, you didn't fit the narrative the president's been saying about you for the last many, many months of this race.
Let me bring in Matt Dowd. You helped prepare George W. Bush for his debates. You've been a veteran of this process for a long time. One of the big questions on the table, how much will this debate matter?
Well, I think that's a huge question. And for Joe Biden Joe Biden would like this debate not to matter. Donald Trump needs this debate to matter. But we've seen a Democratic nomination which hasn't changed the race. As you started the show, we've seen a pandemic that hasn't changed the race. We've seen 2 conventions that haven't changed the race. Donald Trump fundamentally needs to change the status quo of this race, because if he doesn't, Joe Biden continues this lead for the next 30 days. And that's really different than 2016, where this is a referendum on Donald Trump, and so far that's not going well.
And Byron Pitts, one of the things you point out is that the stakes are high tonight, but the expectations low, perhaps for both candidates.
Oh, George, that's exactly right. I mean, never have the stakes been higher, right, for the race for president, but never have the critiques been lower. I mean, for the last several months, all summer, both men have basically said the other guy is too old, too dumb, and corrupt to be president of the United States. That's not a compelling argument for either side. And, George, the question we always ask every 4 years, is your life better today than it was 4 years ago? And that I think, potentially is a dangerous question for President Trump. COVID-19, the economy, the racial divide, all that has happened in his watch, fairly or unfairly, that's happened in Trump's America.
Byron Pitts, thanks very much. When we come back, Donald Trump Jr. for the president.
ABC News, straightforward.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
On your carts. Get set. Let's go.
Get ready.
The team with the highest card total could be leaving with $100,000.
To shop.
Bam, bam, bam.
Till you drop.
Oh, mommy down.
Leslie Jones hosts Supermarket Sweep. Premieres Sunday, October 18th on ABC.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th. We respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true. What? This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
The waters of the Outer Banks are unforgiving and full of riches for the fishermen who dare. The best of the Northern Fleet are heading south. But the locals know where the giants lie. And if you thought the waters were unforgiving, wait until the battle begins. Wicked Tuna Outer Banks. New episodes Sundays at 9 on National Geographic.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Thursday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
Now, with so much on the line, ABC News, America's #1 news, is right there for you live on Hulu with stories of strength, stories of hope. Because now, when it matters most,
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news, and that news is ABC News.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
watch the news you need.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Streaming to all Hulu subscribers right now. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir, America's most watched newscast.
How are you preparing specifically, Mr. President? I think I prepare every day. I think, when you're president, you sort of see everything that they're going to be asking, and they may disagree with you, but we've done a great job. We created the greatest economy in history.
President Trump on his debate prep. Let's talk to his son right now. Donald Jr. joins us right now. Don, thanks a lot for joining us. What's a win tonight?
Listen, I think we got to talk about record. The reality is you do have to define Joe Biden. He's been a D.C. swamp creature for half a century, and yet no one I see in middle America can actually name a Joe Biden accomplishment. The reality is this: Donald Trump is getting us out of endless wars. We have to point that out. The positive things that Donald Trump does don't get attention in the mainstream media. Donald Trump is achieving peace in the Middle East. He grew the strongest economy America has ever known. What has Joe Biden done? George, we've had this conversation before. Look at what the media and the Democrats tried to do to me, but now we've seen what Hunter Biden is literally doing around the world, whether it's $1.5 billion from China, whether it's $3.5 million from a known associate of Vladimir Putin in Russia. Money that's tied to human trafficking and prostitution rings. Imagine the field day they would have with me, but that's the problem. We don't have an objective media. We have a media that's generally just going to go to bat for the other side. So I think we have to talk about Joe Biden's record. We have to talk about the jobs that he's shipped to China. The fact that Hunter owns a part of a Chinese company that's literally shipping jobs out of Michigan to China today as we speak. So these are things that have to come up, because Joe Biden's been able to run as this sort of generic Democrat without a record, because when you actually look at his record, it's quite disastrous over the half a century he's been in D.C.
So you're going to try to make Joe Biden the issue tonight. Your father's going to try to make Joe Biden the issue tonight. Hunter Biden, we expect, would come up as well. But as you know, that New York Times report talks about foreign payments the president has gotten over the last 4 years, being in debt over $400 million. Some intelligence professionals calling that a national security risk.
I think that's ridiculous. I mean, anyone who's in real estate looks at leverage. Even the New York Times pointed out Trump Tower's worth is $500 million. If he has a $100 million mortgage on it, that's 20% leverage. Typical leverage would be 70 to 80%. That's not a risk. There's a reason for this. They don't talk about the $50 million in taxes paid through payroll taxes and other stuff from Donald Trump's businesses. So they take this snapshot where they can take the good, but they don't actually talk about the full picture. They don't talk about the truth. They don't talk about the
jobs created in those businesses. The reality is this: if people have a problem with the tax code, talk to Joe Biden. He's the guy that's been legislating these things for 47 years. Joe Biden took advantage of loopholes in the payroll tax to do the same thing and to save $500,000 himself. That's what people do. If you have a problem, talk to the people who have been creating the American tax code for the last half a century, and that's Joe Biden.
The last tax bill that was passed by your father, signed into law by your father, and many have pointed out that his business has got benefits from that tax bill. But I have one final question. Was it a mistake to lower expectations for Joe Biden coming into this debate?
You know, I don't know. You see, I'm not so worried about the 2 hours of a debate or a 90-minute debate. I'm worried about the other 22 hours of the day where Joe seems to struggle, where he's on a teleprompter. I mean, he hasn't had to campaign the same way. I mean, I know people, honestly, George, running for first-grade class president that have spent more time campaigning than Joe Biden has for president of the United States. He's been doing debate prep for the last 2 months. That's presumably what he's been doing when he doesn't have to be on the road. But again, when you have a mainstream media that he'll sort of let him get away with that, to not answer questions, that's difficult. So I think Joe Biden should do fine. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. This should be his happy place. So we'll see what happens. But, I don't know. I think my father's got to be my father because that's what he is, and that's why he's delivering results rather than repeating the same mistakes of people who have been career politicians.
Don Jr., thanks very much for your time tonight. When we come back, the deputy campaign manager for Joe Biden, Kate Bedingfield.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Cross my office off the list. What if we pick for each other?
Please stop.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
On your carts. Get set. Let's go.
Get ready.
The team with the highest card total could be leaving with $100,000.
To shop.
Bam, bam, bam.
Till you drop.
Oh, mommy down.
Leslie Jones hosts Supermarket Sweep. Premieres Sunday, October 18th on ABC.
Right now, at this defining moment in America, with so much on the line.
We gon' be all right. We gon' be all
From ABC News, Turning Point, the groundbreaking month-long event. Every night, taking over, taking on. This moment for America, my America, your America, our America. This is Turning Point, the Nightline month-long event.
We gon' be all right.
Late night on ABC.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what can help you feel smarter, better, happier? Welcome to GMA3, What You Need to Know, the third hour of Good Morning America. Lunchtime on ABC.
Rather than say how I'm going to do, again, watch me. I've not been a bad debater, and we'll see. What I'm going to do is insist that we talk about what the president's failures.
Joe Biden right there talking about his debate strategy. Let's get more on that now from his deputy campaign manager, Kate Bedingfield, also in Cleveland tonight. So, Kate, you just heard Don Jr. there talk about it, and we're not sure if it's a preview of the president's debate strategy, but perhaps it is, talking about Hunter Biden, suggesting that it's Joe Biden who's taken advantage of loopholes in tax bills.
Well, you know, George, it's interesting. I was listening to Don Jr., and I didn't hear a whole lot of reasons to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump has been president for 4 years. We are living in Donald Trump's America. He is the incumbent president. And I didn't hear a whole lot about what he's done to make life better for people in this country, what he's done to make life better for working families. I heard a lot of attacks. I heard a lot of personal criticisms of Joe Biden's son. I didn't hear a whole lot of reason, if I'm a voter sitting tonight, listening to this debate, I didn't hear a whole lot of reasons to vote for Donald Trump. What Joe Biden is going to do tonight is talk about the things that he would do as president to get this virus under control, to build our economy back better, to make it so that we can send our kids to school safely again. He is going to lay out a case tonight for the American people that what we've gotten from Donald Trump the last 4 years, we don't have to have 4 more years of that. We can go in a different direction. We can once again have a president in the White House who's going to be thinking first and foremost about working people. You're going to hear him lay that out tonight, his belief that this is a race between Scranton and Park Avenue, and he's going to make that case really forcefully tonight, directly to people who are watching at home.
So does he let those attacks go? Some Democrats are worried that he might show some anger on stage, that President Trump might get under his skin.
No, of course he's not going to allow President Trump to misconstrue his record or even to attack his son. I mean, these are attacks that we have seen Donald Trump and the Trump campaign try to deploy for 16 months in this campaign. They have been pretty universally discredited by the independent press. You know, Senator Johnson put out a report last week that Mitt Romney himself said was essentially a political tool. I mean, this is not an attack that anybody has taken seriously or that has any credibility. And yet, you know, Trump and the Trump campaign spend a tremendous amount of time focused on Joe Biden's family, not focusing on voters' families, not focusing on American families. So Joe Biden is going to offer a different choice tonight. He's going to offer a different vision for what this country can be, a positive vision, a hopeful vision, and one that is really about steady leadership, responsible leadership, you know, taking ownership, being a president who puts people's needs first. That's what you're going to hear from Joe Biden tonight.
And success tonight is?
Success is talking directly to those families at their kitchen table across this country who are worried about how they send their kids back to school, who are worried about how they get their small business back on their feet. He is going to be making a case directly to them that if they entrust him with the presidency, he will always have them first and foremost in his mind when he wakes up in the morning and when he goes to bed at night. He's going to be laying out a concrete vision to make life better for people across this country. And I think that the clear contrast between somebody who views the world through the lens of having grown up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, versus somebody who views the world through the lens of Park Avenue is going to be very apparent on the stage tonight.
Kate Bedingfield, thanks very much. 20 minutes to go. We'll be right back.
Going into this debate,
I want to feel inspired.
I feel stressed. I'm newly 18. It's my first time voting in any election.
I feel hopeful.
Anxious.
Nervous as hell.
I feel very concerned about the
future of the United States.
It's probably the most important debate and probably the most important election in my lifetime.
It's being called The most consequential election of a lifetime. The most important vote. And with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers. The most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Thursday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door.
We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come. What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
The waters of the Outer Banks are unforgiving and full of riches for the fishermen who dare. The best of the Northern Fleet are heading south, but the locals know where the giants lie. And if you thought the waters were unforgiving, wait until the battle begins.
Wicked Tuna Outer Banks. New episodes Sundays at 9 on National Geographic.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy?
I'm in love with you.
Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
ABC News, straightforward.
In this debate, the biggest issue for me is
talking about how our ballots will be counted.
What purpose does defunding the Postal Service accomplish?
I hope they will talk about Pennsylvania and mail-in ballots.
I really want to make sure I make the right choice and get the facts right.
I want to vote because I think everybody vote can make a difference.
The first presidential debate. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
Will it be a free and fair election? One of the questions on the table tonight, election integrity. One of the 6 topics chosen by Chris Wallace. That's the stage right there. Just 15 minutes away now from the first presidential debate. Let's talk more about those threats to the election. First, I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. And Pierre, one of the major things we're seeing this year, warnings from the Director of National Intelligence, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, of foreign interference.
Exactly, George. And again, Russia is supposedly at it again. You had the FBI director talk about the fact that the Russians are trying to sow disinformation, and it is aimed at targeting Vice President Joe Biden. There is some generic concern about China and Iran, but again, all my sources are pointing to Russia as the primary culprit in terms of targeting this election, George.
And how exactly are they doing it so far?
The primary thing is that they're putting out negative information about Joe Biden. Some of it concerns his health. The goal, according to my sources, appears to be to suppress his vote and to motivate Trump voters.
One of the other things we're seeing, I want to bring in Dan Abrams. We know President Trump is going to bring up his belief that the election is rigged. He's been raising all these warnings about mail-in ballots. Let's get some facts on the table.
Yeah, and that's going to put Joe Biden in a bit of a tough spot, right? Because the president will make allegations about voter fraud. He'll cite examples where he'll say, you know, these ballots were found in a garbage, this happened and that happened. And then Joe Biden has to make a fundamental decision, which is, am I going to get into, well, you know, you appointed this commission and that commission investigated in Florida and this one was a national commission and none of them found systemic voter fraud. Biden's in a tough spot in the sense of trying to distinguish systemic voter fraud that could actually impact the election, from isolated examples. And again, we know there has been no evidence of systemic voter fraud. There has been no major issues with mail-in ballots in other elections. This isn't new for this election. And yet Biden is going to have to make a decision. How much do I get into that? How much do I try and prove a negative, which isn't easy?
And Kate Shaw, also our legal analyst, one of the things we've seen is this is coming up as we have a Supreme Court confirmation battle going on. The president has said one of the reasons he wants Amy Coney Barrett to be confirmed so quickly is he actually wants her to decide on these election-related issues.
You know, that's right. And I mean, to return to what you and Dan were just talking about, I do think that Vice President Biden has a task in front of him, which is to, you know, President Trump has been attacking absentee voting, as Dan said, without any real basis in fact. And yet, it may, you know, you hear those kinds of accusations often enough, maybe they start to seem true. So there is some polling out there that suggests that a lot of people are starting to believe that there could be fraud or, you know, suppression in the election. And if you're, I think, Biden, you worry that people might choose just to opt out entirely because they're concerned about their vote not counting. So I think that Biden does have the task before him to reassure the public that the election is secure, even as we know there will be hiccups, because many states are going to be administering a heavily mail-in election for the first time because of this pandemic. And, you know, I do think with the Supreme Court, you know, the president has been broadcasting his interest in having Judge Amy Coney Barrett confirmed in order to resolve an election dispute. You know, if everything goes smoothly, the Supreme Court will have nothing to say about the winner of the election. But if there is some, you know, question in one or more states and the Supreme Court is asked to weigh in, you know, it does raise fundamental legitimacy questions. If it looks as though the president's handpicked justice may turn around and vote for him in an election dispute.
Terry Moran also here. And Terry, of course, we've seen the Supreme Court step in before. Back in 2000, Bush v. Gore, Justice Scalia stopped the counting of the ballots in Florida. This time around, there's at least the potential that we're going to have the kinds of dispute we saw in Florida in several states.
Absolutely, George. You know, the weather's always important on Election Day, and the forecast this year, it could be the perfect storm of election chaos because there are many states, as you point out, where the margin is small because of the pandemic. So many people voting by mail in ways that are new to many states. Many states have been doing it for a long time. 5 states do it all together by mail, but many states have tacked on new voting by mail procedures that have not been tested. And then you have President Trump trying to discredit any vote by mail, and both sides lawyering up to the hilt. We could have laws which are confusing by their nature tested in ways that they never have been, and perhaps an uncertain result going for a long time. Now, it's important to note that Election Day is when people vote. Election night has no constitutional or statutory meaning.
Well,
votes get counted as they get counted.
I want to follow up on that. It's very likely that, and especially in some of the biggest, most important states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they're going to be counting the votes for at least a week after Election Day, and the fact that we may not have a clear result on election night is not necessarily a sign that there's a crisis or a problem in the election system.
No, not at all. Election night is an invention of the electronic age, the TV age. Of course, most of our history, it took a day, 2 days, maybe longer. It wasn't until March that the election of 1876, which was contested, was finally decided, and the country survived. But you have one party and one president, the current president, who wants to stay in office, trying to discredit all of that counting. Republican Senator Rick Scott gave a sign of what the Republicans are after. He introduced a bill last week that would stop the counting of every single vote in the country. No matter what the state laws do, within 24 hours of the closing of polls in that state. So much for states' rights. And there are legislators in Pennsylvania which have gone on the record, state legislators, by name, saying that if the count goes on too long, the Republican state legislature will choose who Pennsylvania votes for. We are headed for a very chaotic and perhaps dangerous time.
Tara Moran, thanks very much. Debate is less than 10 minutes away. We'll be right back.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what can help you feel smarter, better, happier? Welcome to GMA3, What You Need to Know, the third hour of Good Morning America. Lunchtime on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
On your carts. Get set. Let's go.
Get ready.
The team with the highest card total could be leaving with $100,000.
To shop.
Bam, bam, bam.
Till you drop.
Oh, mommy down.
Leslie Jones hosts Supermarket Sweep. Premieres Sunday, October 18th on ABC.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
With today's extraordinary news cycle.
Now is the perfect time for ABC News Live.
in this debate. I'll be watching to see
the actual policies being discussed.
An emphasis on democracy.
A clear plan instead of just rhetoric.
The most important thing to me is just bringing all of us together as a community.
Stop the division in the United States.
In order to win my vote, they need to convince me that they will unify the country.
That is what some voters are watching for. The debate less than 5 minutes away right now. David Muir, what are you looking for?
The whole country watching tonight, but I'm going to be watching Joe Biden, first of all, George, to make sure that his biggest test will be defending himself without getting pulled into those personal attacks. You saw those numbers Tom Llamas showed us, the battleground states. Joe Biden doesn't want any unforced errors tonight. President Trump, we know that on the attack, he's very comfortable in that role. He showed it 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton. The test for the president, I believe, tonight is how does he get this country through this pandemic, months more of this, and what does the country look on the other side of this? What is his vision for the next 4 years instead of the attacks all night?
Lindsay Davis.
And time again, we've seen Trump attack Biden's mental acuity. So is he going to be able to prove him wrong? And contrary to what the campaign has said, is he going to try to fact check Trump in real time?
Chris, you help the president prepare for this debate. What's the thing you're going to be looking for? You say that's what he needed to do.
Trump on offense on the issues. If he does that, he'll have a good night.
Yvette?
We need a strong, sure, confident, steady Joe Biden. We know that this is not about ideas, unfortunately. It's about personality. And people know who Trump is, and it doesn't matter. So the lift is higher for Biden. If he appears weak, unfortunately, he might lose some people. So I hope he just stays focused, sure and steady presidential.
Sarah Fagan?
I think that he needs to go out and make the case that he has done a good job in a pandemic. His biggest challenge in this pandemic has been his uncertainty at the podium, his combativeness at the podium. When you look at what the administration has done starting in March, therapeutics, vaccine, PPE, he's done okay.
Rahm Emanuel?
You know, in 2016, Donald Trump was an instrument of change and people's anger, and he was going to be that instrument. If all he is angry and comes right after Joe Biden with nothing to say but his anger, that is one gear, fifth gear, he'll lose this debate and then lose this election. Because tonight's his last stand.
Let me ask you the question I asked Kate earlier. Which of those attacks from President Trump should Joe Biden let go? Which ones must he respond to?
I think in the end of the day, he's got to say what it's. Look, I can say whatever you want about your family. You can say whatever you want about my family. But this is a debate about the American people and their family and their future. He's got to. In 1992 in New Hampshire, Bill Clinton said, the hits on me are nothing like the hits your kids are going to take unless we turn this country around. It's their kids, their future. Don't make it about two guys just fighting about themselves. Go to the American people, right to the camera, look at them and say, this is your fight, and I want that fight for you.
Matthew Dowd?
I think how Joe Biden handles the disruptive force that is Donald Trump, the bull in the china shop. And I think if he picks one or two moments as that disruptive force comes at him, acts calm in the interim, but picks one or two moments and forcibly pushes back on the bull that's going to be wrecking the china shop at the debate tonight. That's what I'm looking at.
Byron Pitts.
George, tonight we are a troubled land. So I think it's who comes across as the divider-in-chief, who comes across as the uniter-in-chief.
And Martha Raddatz, I'm going to put you on the spot. If this were you tonight, what would be your first question, or what do you think Chris Wallace's first question will be?
Well, I think you have to ask about the tax story. That's the most recent bombshell to hit. So I think that's what you have to ask, and then you move on after that. I think we know that Donald Trump will be combative. The line that hit me from Donald Trump Jr. was that his father has to be his father. I don't think you'll really see a different Donald Trump tonight. I think you'll see the man we saw in 2016 as well being combative.
Dan Abrams.
I think the key here is going to be how much Joe Biden engages with the president's attacks on him. We know they're going to be personal. It's going to be about his son. It's not going to just be about his record. And it's not just going to be what he says. It's going to be how he says it. Is he calm? Is he pithy? Key issues there.
Kate Shaw.
You know, Democrats aren't always great at placing the Supreme Court front and center in these debates. And because of the circumstances, I think there's no avoiding talking about the Supreme Court, about the future of legal abortion in this country, about the future of health care, and the Supreme Court is at the center of all of those issues.
Terry Moran, you get the last 15 seconds.
Each candidate has a personal issue hanging over their heads. Is Joe Biden too old, too feeble? A lot of voters wonder about that. Is Donald Trump, can he really be president, or is he just a Twitter troll? George?
Those are some of the big questions on the table tonight. We are just 15 seconds away now from the first presidential debate of 2020. That is the scene in Cleveland, Ohio. We'll be right back.
This is an ABC News special.
We will make America great again.
And we're in the battle for the soul of this nation.
With so much on the line, the wait is over. Donald Trump.
At no time before have voters faced a clearer choice between two parties.
Joe Biden.
Who we are as a nation, what we stand for, and most importantly, who we want to be. That's all on the ballot.
Face to face. The main event starts right now. The first presidential debate, live from Case Western Reserve University and Cleveland Clinic in Ohio and New York City. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening. Welcome back to our special coverage of this first presidential debate. Just moments away now, Donald Trump and Joe Biden will take the stage for 90 minutes, 6 topics on the table. The big question, will the candidates do anything tonight to change the course of this race? President Trump is behind right now, has been for months, and our statistics guru Nate Silver at 538 calculates that Joe Biden is coming into this debate season with a 78% chance of winning the White House. But there are 3 debates, 5 weeks to go, and President Trump has a history of shaking things up. Our chief White House correspondent John Karl is on the scene in Cleveland.
George, Donald Trump goes into this debate with his back against the wall. By every publicly available measure, he is losing this race, trailing in the national polls, no consistent lead in any of the top dozen most competitive battleground states. He needs to change the dynamic of this race, and tonight is the best chance for him to do it. He's been here before. 4 years ago, his campaign was collapsing, and he turned it around in part with a debate and going relentlessly and ruthlessly on the attack. I expect that is what he will try to do tonight.
Okay, John Karl. Mary Bruce also in Cleveland covering the Biden campaign. Joe Biden has been here before as well, not at the top of the ticket, but he has had 2 vice presidential debates during the general election season.
George, this is his 27th debate for the White House, but Joe Biden has never faced an opponent before like Donald Trump. He says all he has to do to win here tonight is tell the truth, but it is not going to be that simple. Joe Biden knows that Donald Trump is going to make this personal. He is going to go on the attack. Joe Biden's goal and his challenge here tonight is to try and rise above that, to not get dragged down into some brawl with the president. Biden will fight back if the president misconstrues his record, if he goes after his family, but don't expect Joe Biden to spend a lot of time here fact-checking the president. Instead, he wants to speak directly to the American people. He wants tonight to be about the issues. He's going to hit the president on taxes, on his business record, and especially in the midst of this pandemic, on health care, George.
And we saw Joe Biden release his tax returns today, Mary.
He did. Joe Biden trying to get ahead, trying to draw clear contrast, trying to set the tone for the debate to come. He did release his tax returns today for last year, drawing a sharp contrast with the president and that blockbuster New York Times reporting. Joe Biden, we now know, last year paid about $300,000 in federal income taxes. We still don't know what the president paid because he has not released his tax returns yet. It is likely to be the first question here, George.
The moderator, Chris Wallace, is on the stage right now. He's outlined 6 topics for the debate, starting out with from the Trump and Biden records, the economy, COVID, Supreme Court, race and violence, election integrity. Let's go to Chris Wallace.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time. Even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I have nothing, I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held, pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man did. gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right. There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next election.
During that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very happy with.
That's simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said, and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
Doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
Socialist
right
healthcare.
Now, I am
and
the
they're going to dominate
party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the Democratic Party is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me about this.
I'm happy to talk about this.
And if you were here, it wouldn't be 200. It would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You didn't want me to ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily infected. You would have been much later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President.
You're talking about 2 million people.
Mr. President, as the moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already begun.
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the court.
I don't think so.
In the court. Well,
there's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you just
don't know her view on Roe v. Wade. You don't know her view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a big chunk of
Obamacare.
That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst part of Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris, that was the worst part of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we will protect people with
President, I'm the moderator of this debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin. I give you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost. I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me ask you about,
this is big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
Well, if I can ask you the question, it will
not
end.
What your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would, Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option, number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it, and that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not going to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with Bernie Sanders to the manifesto.
The whole idea.
Let him disavowing.
There is no manifesto, number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you
to.
have any
And under that
idea
plan,
what
you
this
have
clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Do you have any
socialized medicine.
Mr. President.
I tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
by the way, he doesn't know how. He doesn't know how to do that.
I've already fixed it.
He has never offered a plan.
Fixed it to an extent.
He has never done a single thing.
As you might know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
Let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is, and that destroyed. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? Yeah. If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well. And I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time. Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you,
sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you going to pack the court?
Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question is, the question is,
Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country.
Wait a minute. It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
there was no recession.
You made a point. Let him answer it.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people.
And
you would have been.
And by the way,
his own
CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine. We're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay, by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
So you're suggesting that the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he said it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after
about when it's
that.
Generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering.
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine sooner
I want to pick up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying
no,
you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can't trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust.
She said the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by the way,
I spoke to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So,
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe. If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
You see,
and it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
Look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I'd know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
Tell that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi and Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And well, I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move on to another subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down right now.
Respond to that.
President Trump, you have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
the
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've also said, well, look
serious.
at Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the opposite.
He did not say the opposite.
We got a little bit more than a minute left in this
masks
segment.
Are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks good. I'm okay with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you both
fighting
about one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
nobody will show up.
People with
well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
but are you not
I've done
worried
a great
about
job as a president, and I'll have 25, 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you not worried about
we
the
have
disease
a lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay. By the way, did you see one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative effect.
No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000 people at these rallies.
Just quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraging them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy? Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce. Look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, no, sir, it's just yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town, and I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
Gentlemen,
the phony
we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
I went... you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have a very, I built a great company.
I'm asking you a specific question, which is...
let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President,
go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not $750.
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator.
You're the worst president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make the federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is busted.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming, it turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery since economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't booming.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when, in fact, when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought back the automobile industry.
All right, let him.
We brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
and they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get
$3.5 million? Mr. President,
Mr.
President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
it's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
with no my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
the media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even the people who testified under oath.
So let me ask you this.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
People under.
He got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath, and his administration said, "I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like
honorably."
to know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good job. With you,
go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say, Joe.
No. Mr. President.
$3.5 million, Joe.
That is simply.
Why did he deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already.
My family lost a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a.
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost a fortune.
This is not about my family or his family. It's about your family. The American people. He doesn't. That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
All right. That's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important question.
Try to be honest.
He stood up.
The answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that is absolutely not true.
You're doing it.
You're going to have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but it seems to be, why shouldn't I be different than the two of you? So here's the deal.
Good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
than he has. Well, that's all right, but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less than
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is who's
now, second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African-American community.
So, President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
He did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990s, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right,
what is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful
protest?
protest? No, it's not, but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than he does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
the reason is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these
Absolutely
cities
ridiculous.
don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow
Are you in
it, and a
favor
little
of
bit
law and order? Go
Yes,
ahead,
I'm in
say
favor.
it.
You
Everybody's
asked a
in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order. Law and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more in ours.
All right, we're now. Mr. President, you're going to. Mr. President,
every record in the book.
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone. And you would see problems like you've never seen.
He would know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
Go ahead. Wait a minute. I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding in his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support. Look, he has no law enforcement support.
That's not true.
Almost nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think about it. Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You have never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and for 3 days, Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, you know, his own former spokesperson said, you know, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the, but here's the point.
Go ahead.
The point is that that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
I have to answer his statement.
No, you have repeatedly.
Wait,
you have
just 1
no,
second.
you've been talking back
made
and forth.
a statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it. and
You know,
we
if
would
you want to
very-
switch seats,
we could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd send in the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
but they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared to
do
specifically
that,
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white
like me to condemn? White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his FBI, FBI director said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're moving.
When a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in your administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no idea.
Antifa is a dangerous,
all right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and Biden records.
They'll overthrow you.
When a president, I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you, because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused a recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and... Why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add back
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you add back 30 seconds?
Yeah, yes, you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers, my son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking about Hunter? Are you talking about Hunter?
I'm talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
He made a fortune.
My son.
And he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he given tens of millions of dollars?
But he wasn't given tens of millions of dollars. That is totally discredited.
We've already been through.
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
Gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk about that. True. Gentlemen, that report is totally discredited. Mitt Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
You know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management. Got to have cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting.
You believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this planet?
I think a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if If you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they live their forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. That's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars and trucks?
Well, not really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored.
No, but you would take a lot of cars off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And, and I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations in all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good-paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that, in fact, is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, make sure that he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that Well, the fact is, it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous. Where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they want to take out the cows too. You know, that's not true either, right? This is a $100 trillion.
Look,
that's more money than our country could make in 100 years if we're going to
the case.
All right, let me because I actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
Let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's what he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now. Billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not my plan.
That's
the Green New
you want to rebuild every
is
building.
Not my plan.
I want to rebuild every building.
If he knew anything about,
he made a statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay,
that is
what
not
he
true.
did is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called the military
Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and
did
he said
not
it on
say
tape. He said stupid bastards. He said it.
Stop.
I would never say that.
Play it.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President. Answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you support the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I support
that means you just lost the radical left.
I support the Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment. Election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks, because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day? What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security director, and as well as the FBI director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? You're going to get 4 more years of these lies.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense, and President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that.
Sir,
all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump,
it's a rigged election.
You're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them. We don't like them. We don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it? There are millions of ballots going out right now.
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot, and that's okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
you go and vote. you go and
No,
vote
but
like
what I'm
they,
saying is, what are
like
you
they
gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people?
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country.
There is no.
This is not.
There is no.
This is not
evidence
going
of
to
that.
end well.
There is
Okay.
no
This
evidence
is
of that.
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden.
5 states
In fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What we're saying is, they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by the time, by Election Day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
the
wrong.
outcome.
You're
No,
wrong.
I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice
counting the
President
vote.
Biden.
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a
in fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me. Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots,
I have a final
sending
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already there's been
so now
fraud.
Mail service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. In the
185
final
million
question
pieces
is,
a day.
in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on Election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks.
Could be months.
Until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that mean,
from a common sense,
does that mean you're going to tell your people to take to the street?
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since at the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night.
Well, it is hard to know where to start. I'm not sure how people are going to feel about that to be continued at the end. And people have to make their own judgments about how the candidates handled themselves tonight, who made the better case, who offered plans for the future, who told the truth, and who deserves to be president. Those are all judgments that are going to be made over the next several days and weeks. But I have to speak personally here as somebody who's watched presidential debates for 40 years, as somebody who's moderated presidential debates, as someone who's prepared candidates for presidential debates, as someone who's covered presidential debates. That was the worst presidential debate I have ever seen in my life. A lot more heat than light over some 98 minutes. I want to go to the room right now. John Krall, you were there in the room. You cover the president. Your thoughts?
George, the debate was a total mess. It was a mess of interruptions, petty insults. I was in touch with some people on the floor who told me they were stunned by what they were seeing transpire on that stage. Donald Trump came across like a bully. There was an avalanche of untruth statements that came out. Joe Biden did not have a particularly steady performance. I could say, really honestly, it looked as if both men lost this debate, and in that sense, the real loser is Donald Trump, because as we said at the start, Donald Trump was the one that needed to change the dynamic of this race. He is the one that is losing. He is the one that needed to change the trajectory. He is the one that needed a big win, and that did not happen tonight.
Mary Bruce?
Well, Joe Biden's campaign is feeling very good right now. They came into tonight with a goal not to get dragged into the mud with Donald Trump, but to instead speak directly to the American people about what they feel are the issues that matter most. And the campaign aide tells me that every single time that Joe Biden essentially went around the president and stared straight down the barrel of the camera and talked to the American public, spoke to voters directly about a vaccine, about the economy, COVID, about election integrity, they say every single one of those moments they were winning. George, this was just remarkable. I mean, when you take a step back and you think about the fact that in a normal debate, if you were to call your opponent a clown, racist, the worst president ever, to tell him to shut up or to shush, normally that would be considered crossing a line. But here tonight, that was part of a concerted strategy by Joe Biden to try and show that he could keep his cool, actually. It's part of an effort by Joe Biden to show that he can be the adult in the room, that he can be the leader who can guide this country out of these really turbulent times. And so over and over again, he simply refused to give credence to the president's attacks, even though, let's be honest, there were parts of that debate that were simply unwatchable because the two of them were just talking over and over each other. I mean, here in the room, it was really astounding. And it was apparent as you watched that the president was often turned to the former vice president, pointing his finger at him, speaking directly to him. Joe Biden instead staring straight down that camera, trying to speak to the American people, making his point. The Biden campaign says all you saw tonight from the president was chaos. What you saw from Joe Biden was stability, they say.
Thank you, Mary Bruce. Chris Christie, you helped prepare the president for this debate. Was that the debate you prepared for?
No. But what I'll tell you is that I listened to some of the commentary already, and I think there's people missing some things. You know, first off, Rahm said earlier that it was the vice president's job tonight to reassure. I don't think that's a reassuring performance by the vice president tonight. He looked very shaky at many times during this debate. His numbers were way off. He would wander off in mid-sentence and then used lots of name-calling and insulting language. That's not rising above it. I have to disagree with Mary, or at least what she's conveying from the Biden folks. And yeah, I think on the Trump side, it was too hot. I mean, listen, you come in and decide you want to be aggressive. And I think that was a right thing to be aggressive, but that was too hot. And so I think that what happens is, with all that heat, as you said before, you lose the light. That potentially can be fixed. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see on the Trump side. On the Biden side, I'd be very concerned that his problems can't be fixed. Because if you're not up to being able to stand up there for 90 minutes and be consistently coherent, people are going to wonder whether you're going to be able to do that when you're sitting behind the desk in the Oval Office. So I think that's the issue that got raised tonight.
Emanuel.
I think Joe Biden did a smart strategy of a rope-a-dope. Because, in fact, the president looked totally out of control, and Chris Wallace basically said that. And the president needed to change people's perception. He looked exactly like the bully that people have had exhausted by for 3.5 years. I think the vice president steadied as the night went on. When he talked about COVID, when he talked about health care, when he talked about, and he looked right at the American people and said, this is about your family and your direction. When he also talked about the integrity of bringing people together. And also when he rebutted him about his son, Beau, in service and not calling him a patsy for serving. I thought those were his best moments. There are moments he did who wouldn't get rattled when you're having somebody just scream at you all night. And in fact, and Chris Wallace basically said it, like, hold on here, and there are rules here. And so I think the president hurt himself by only having a fifth gear. There was no second gear, there was no third gear, and I think, given that, I think the vice president practiced a pretty good rope-a-dope strategy.
David Muir, we're going to have to do it on GMA tomorrow. You're going to have to do it on World News Tonight tomorrow night. What is the lead of this debate?
Well, as we were going into this tonight, George, one of the things that you and I were talking about is the level of exhaustion in this country. We have to remember that the backdrop for this entire debate is this coronavirus pandemic. 200,000 American lives have been lost. The economy, millions on unemployment, and people are exhausted. They want to know, when is this going to end? Who has a plan to help guide the way through? And you have to wonder if tonight did anything to further that argument or put people at home, and that's what we always think about here as we do the news, are the folks at home. Did it put anyone at peace about the future of our country in the immediate months and years to come and how we navigate our way out of this moment? We talked about President Trump. This was a unique opportunity for him to come in and say, here's what I will do over my next 4 years. I'm not sure we heard a lot of that tonight. And Joe Biden had to come in and we said, no unforced errors. Don't get pulled into the personal attacks. I do think he was fairly steady in temperament and tone. But I do wonder if people will be frustrated at home, no matter how difficult it was on that stage and in those moments, that they didn't hear enough really from either about their specific plans of guiding this nation forward.
One thing that is getting a lot of notice, Lindsay Davis online, the president refused to condemn white supremacists.
Right. And he said he would. When he was asked, he said, sure, I will. And then he ended up essentially giving a call to action saying, stand back and stand by. That was something that really got my attention. And I can't say I was surprised, but it was really a moment that I think that people, especially in the black community, heard loud and clear.
Got to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, the anticipation.
We heard from the vice president. He's looking forward to seeing you on that debate stage more than anyone could imagine.
Oh, good. Me too. Next Wednesday night, history will be made. The vice presidential debate on ABC.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Cross my office off the list. What if we pick for each other?
Please stop.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy.
Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
On your carts. Get set. Let's go.
Get ready
The team with the highest card total could be leaving with $100,000.
to shop
Bam, bam, bam.
till you drop.
Oh, mommy down.
Leslie Jones hosts Supermarket Sweep. Premieres Sunday, October 18th on ABC.
It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote, and with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC. Now, with so much on the line, more Americans are turning to David Muir and ABC's World News Tonight than any other program across all of television.
Back now after this first presidential debate, I want to go to Republican strategist Sarah Fagan. You said that Joe Biden had a tougher job coming into the night. Is that the way you feel coming out of it?
Look, I think this was a total food fight. I don't think either of these candidates won. There were moments where the president was setting up the choice in this election, but they just devolved, and they devolved too quickly. And the challenge for the president, I agree with John Karl, that in a place where he doesn't command the stage in a presidential way, he's not getting ahead. He's down 7 points going into this debate. I think he's probably still down 7 points after it.
That.
I think this debate was an unmitigated disaster. And I think Trump's performance has shown me exactly why our country is in the state that we're in right now. The fact that we've survived to this point with that kind of leadership, I think, is amazing. I think, Joe Biden's challenge was, as my grandmother said, don't make sense out of foolishness, it'll make a fool out of you. I mean, it was so much foolishness. I don't think there was a way for him to really cut through and have the moments that I think he desired at the top. It was just completely out of control. And I think the people who lose are the American people who, as David has said, are looking for hope, are looking for real direction, are looking for leadership. Joe Biden did the best he can. And frankly, out of the gate, he did a much better job. By the end, it was clear that even he was getting unsettled. And I think got a little too hot towards the end, too. I wish he had taken a deep breath. But he had a huge challenge because Donald Trump really, really was a disaster. And I'm really, really afraid for our country, unfortunately, if he wins another term.
Matthew
Dowd, performance.
Thank you, Yvette. Matthew Dowd, you've worked for both Democrats and Republicans. Of course, you worked for President George W. Bush. Your thoughts?
Well, I think this was an embarrassment. If you were in a foreign country, you look at our United States right now, if you watch that and think this was an embarrassment, and if you're sitting in our country, it's embarrassing, and that embarrassment falls directly at the feet of Donald Trump. I actually think there was a winner tonight, and that winner was Joe Biden, because if you're president of the United States and you're the incumbent, you have to convince people that everything's good in America and put me through another 4 years of this. And if you watch that debate, as a citizen of the United States, you're not thinking everything's great in America right now. So Joe Biden, yeah, he had good moments. He had some moments where he had a hard time dealing with this. And as I said going into the debate, that Donald Trump's a bull in a china shop. Well, the bull was let loose in the china shop. The moderator tried as best they could to control it. Joe Biden tried to fend it off. But when you look at the end of this, Donald Trump had to convince the American public that 4 more years of this is a good thing.
the exact opposite conclusion I think they're going to come to after watching that debate.
Martha Raddatz, I don't envy anybody the job Chris Wallace had tonight, but I wonder what lessons moderators going forward, supposed to be 2 more presidential debates, a vice presidential debate, are going to take from this.
As I said going in, it takes a lion tamer in a debate with Donald Trump, and you needed 10 lion tamers tonight. I think Chris Wallace tried. I think at some point you just have to stop it. It was not a presidential debate. It was mud wrestling. And as David pointed out, in the middle of a pandemic. I have been in touch with some voters who I met on our cross-country trip. There was one man who was leaning towards Trump, but going into the debate tonight, he was leaning towards Biden, but he did not like the name calling. He did not like Biden dropping to the level, he said, of Donald Trump. And a lot of talk about the military tonight. As you know, George, I'm in touch with a lot of people in the military. One of them said to me tonight, this is the most shameful interaction between 2 leaders ever. I am sad and ashamed.
Martha Raddatz, thanks very much. We've got to take one more break. We'll be right back.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, the anticipation.
We heard from the vice president. He's looking forward to seeing you on that debate stage more than anyone could imagine.
Oh, good. Me too.
Next Wednesday night, history will be made. The vice presidential debate on ABC.
Trump versus Biden. The first presidential debate will continue after this.
ABC News. Straightforward.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote, and with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward, newsmaking, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march.
You will not replace us.
Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Tuesday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
Now, with so much on the line, ABC News, America's #1 news, is right there for you live on Hulu with stories of strength, stories of hope. Because now, when it matters most,
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news, and that news is ABC News.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
Watch the news you need.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Streaming to all Hulu subscribers right now. Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, the anticipation.
We heard from the vice president. He's looking forward to seeing you on that debate stage more than anyone could imagine.
Oh, good. Me too.
Next Wednesday night, history will be made. The vice presidential debate on ABC.
Just a bit of time left here in our post-debate analysis. Cecilia Vega, you cover the White House every day as our senior White House correspondent.
Not a lot of undecided voters left in this race, George. For those that are leaning one way or the other, I don't think they got a lot out of this tonight. I keep thinking about the 200,000 people dead in this pandemic, the high rate of unemployment that we are looking at right now. And the takeaway for most Americans after watching this tonight, I think, will be exhaustion.
And one of the things we are already seeing online in the wake of this debate, a lot of people wondering, will there be more debates after this? Will we see the final two presidential debates, the vice presidential debates? A lot of people disappointed in what they saw tonight, wondering if it's something we should see again. That's going to be it for us right now. We're going to have much more on Nightline and ABC News Live. Of course, I'll have a lot more tomorrow on Good Morning America. For many of you right now, it's time for your late local news.
Is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Premieres Tuesday, October 6th, streaming on ABC News Live.
Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, the anticipation.
We heard from the vice president. He's looking forward to seeing you on that debate stage more than anyone could imagine.
Oh, good. Me too.
Next Wednesday night, history will be made. The vice presidential debate on ABC. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
I'm very thankful that these men are fine.
Tuesday, October 13th, we respect your wishes. The Bachelorette is back.
This is the perfect place to fall in love.
But respect the rumors.
Do not ever talk to me like that.
It's true.
What?
This is the most shocking season ever.
Makes me sick.
That's crazy. Do declare.
Congratulations, you've just blown up The Bachelorette.
The Bachelorette season premiere Tuesday, October 13th on ABC.
It's being called the most consequential election of a lifetime, the most important vote. And with so much on the line, it demands the most straightforward news-making, real answers, the most informed voices from all sides. The countdown is on to the vote. What will our future look like? ABC's This Week with George. It all plays out right here every Sunday.
The most consequential week yet of this hyper-political year.
Right as you get closer to casting your vote every Sunday on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what can help you feel smarter, better, happier? Welcome to GMA3, What You Need to Know, the third hour of Good Morning America. Lunchtime on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Friday, two music superstars, John Bon Jovi and Jennifer Nettles, in an unforgettable GMA concert. John Bon Jovi, Jennifer Nettles, Friday on Good Morning America's concert series, sponsored by CarMax.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Welcome back. Many people coming away feeling disappointed with tonight's debate. It was a contentious battle between the president and Joe Biden, frustration, interruptions, and a lot of low blows. With us now to break it all down is our powerhouse roundtable, Governor Chris Christie, Mayor Rahm Emanuel, CEO of Democracy for America, Yvette Simpson, and GOP political strategist Sarah Fagan. Governor Christie, of course, you helped President Trump prep for this debate. It was raw. It was contentious. Is this what was planned, and did this work ultimately for the president?
No, it was not what was planned. It was hotter than it was planned to be. I think that the advice was for the president to be aggressive, but it was hotter than it was planned to be. And so in that respect, to answer that question directly, no. Did it help the president? Listen, I think we're going to have to see as time goes on. These people get different perspectives on things as they move a day or two away from this. I don't know what the perspective will be. As I said earlier tonight, I think the problems that the president had tonight can potentially be fixed. You know, potentially you can turn that heat down a little bit. I think some of the problems I saw from Vice President Biden tonight, which quite frankly, the president's interruptions kind of saved him from at times, was not seeming on beam, not seeming on the ball, getting numbers wrong, wandering in mid-sentence, not being able to finish thoughts. Those are all things that have to be of a real concern to people because that was some of the concern coming in. So can that problem be fixed? I don't know, and I'm sure the Biden folks who objectively watched it tonight in the campaign are concerned about that too. So there's work to be done on both sides between now and the next debate on the 15th.
And Rahm, question to you. President Trump has, of course, been attacking Joe Biden for months, but this was the first time
you noticed.
They were face to face, actually, in the same arena, because really it was so combative. How did you think that Joe Biden fared?
Well, I think your question has the answer. You know, if you're effective not only in a debate but a leader, you have to have many tools in the toolbox and be able to use them and adjust accordingly. You just can't have a hammer and just keep going at it, which is where I think one of the things that going into this, people are exhausted by Donald Trump, and nothing tonight changed their feeling of that exhaustion. If anything, they were like, enough already. I think Joe Biden had steadier moments when he looked right in the camera and talked about the American people, their family, their future. When he talked about how to handle COVID, what happened, the failure, and what we got to do to turn that around. And it's very hard to be steady. That said, he had steady moments, and at no time, and he also smiled. At no time did either Trump smile, look at the camera, talk to the American people about their lives, their future. Everything was about Joe Biden and attacking. And I'm telling you, you can't have that kind of constant drilling with no anesthesia. And I just think it's good. I think it's not going to wear well. And I think this is the biggest debate because the other two are going to have dramatically different audiences. Therefore, I think Trump lost this debate because he lost being who he is, Donald Trump.
Many of us thought the taxes were going to be the first question that was asked tonight. Of course, the New York Times reported that Trump paid $750 in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017. But Trump flat out denied it, instead saying that he paid millions in federal taxes. Sarah, do you think that Americans believe that answer, and how much does it matter?
Well, it was such a small portion of this debate. It's like hard to remember anything from the debate, but I think he handled himself fine in that questioning. It's consistent with what he's been saying for 4 years. I think people took away from this debate the tone, the tenor, the food fight. I don't think they're focused on any of the policy, and I think for President Trump, that's a problem. He needed to go out and make this a choice. He had moments where he did this in the debate, but then it devolved again. And so it's a status quo situation, the debate, which means he didn't get ahead, which is what he needed to do.
Yvette, of course, coronavirus was a big issue. 56% of Americans say they disapprove of President Trump's handling of it. Of course, we have 20% of the death toll, but only 4% of the world population. Did you think that Joe Biden's attacks on the president and his handling landed, and were they effective?
I think they did. I mean, I think, Donald Trump has continued to try to blame this on China. He's tried to say that there would have been more deaths if Joe Biden was president. Nobody believes that. I mean, the reality is Joe Biden has provided real solutions about things that we can do now to prevent future deaths, which I thought was a great point to make. If we just require everyone to wear a mask, guess what? We cut that in half. Donald Trump had no rebuttal to that. What I loved Joe Biden did was to also point out how this affects Black Americans, which Donald Trump has not done. He did that in rebuttal to Donald Trump's claim that he's the best, president African Americans ever had. And I think he did a really good job of saying, you say you care so much about Black Americans. Well, they're being disproportionately hurt both by their life and their livelihoods by this pandemic, and you've done nothing to remedy that.
And Governor Christie, I mean, it was a direct question. President Trump was asked to denounce, condemn the white supremacist groups. He said at first, oh, sure, I'll do it. What do you want me to say exactly? And then all he ended up saying was stand back and stand by. Essentially, some might perceive it as a call to action. Why does he have such a difficult time? Why not condemn white supremacists?
No, I don't think he has a difficult time. He said it up top, yes, I will. And he said it all the way back at Charlottesville. In his full statement on Charlottesville, he said, I denounce white supremacists and I denounce neo-Nazis. Listen, by that point with this debate, quite frankly, the heat was so high, they were both yelling at each other. Trump was yelling, Biden was yelling, Chris Wallace was yelling, trying to get in between the two of them, that, I didn't perceive it that way. Yvette and I were talking, because I didn't even really hear exactly what he said at the very end. So, I've heard him say this before, so I don't think he has any problem saying it. And he said it up top. Yes, sure, I will. Tell me exactly what you want to say. I think that was a little bit of Trump's sarcasm, too, because he feels like, as I've talked to him about this, he feels like he has denounced it a number of times. And when he said, yes, sure, I will, now what do you exactly want me to say? I believe that was Trump being sarcastic with Wallace. Like, what do I have to exactly say to get you to stop asking me that?
Well, he also said that he was being sarcastic about injecting himself with the disinfectant and stuff. Do you believe that?
Yeah, no, listen, I'm not going to go on every alleged sarcastic comment and give you an answer on it. But on this one tonight, that was him being sarcastic, because I know he feels frustrated, that he feels like he has said a number of times that he denounces white supremacists and he denounces neo-Nazis. And I think that was him saying to Wallace, tell me exactly what you want me to say so I could put this to rest.
Yvette, your reaction to the stand by, stand back?
I think his failure to clearly state that, I think if he didn't lose white Americans on that, I mean, the fear of white supremacy, the fear of what's happening in our country as it relates to Black people has fueled the largest global civil rights movement ever time. And he can't say, he knows exactly who he's talking to. And I do think that Proud Boys moment, which many people in my connection said, did you hear that? Did you hear that? That stokes fear in the hearts of so many people. The idea that you're saying stand by for what? And we know how he feels about conceding this election. We know that those individuals take to heart what he said. That has fueled a lot of shootings that have happened from Texas, when we think of the mass shootings that have happened as a result of his rhetoric, and also what happened in Wisconsin with the young man who shot the protesters. He knows that his words matter, and he said that intentionally, and that should stoke fear in the hearts of not just Black Americans, but all Americans.
Lindsay, on this thing, I would say an incumbent president, the public has one question. Do you play him or do you trade him? And nothing tonight about Donald Trump said, I want to play him another 4 years. And that's the final thing. And in the end of the day, it's a referendum, and he did not make it. Chris and I have had this conversation, a binary choice. He actually made it more, again, about himself, and there was nothing appealing that was about Donald Trump. And that, in the end of the day, is going to be a failure for Donald Trump.
Our thanks to the roundtable. That is it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us. Be sure to stay right here on ABC News Live. An encore of tonight's matchup between President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden begins right after the break.
Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, the anticipated